meeting to order at this time. Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call, please?
Mr. Chair, this is the roll call for Resources and Development Committee leadership meeting with Cell 1 First Net, Navajo Nation Land Department, and GLDD. Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Key Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, Chairman. Key Allen Begay online.
Key Allen Begay Jr. is online. Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 4 members available. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We're on invocation on the agenda. I would like to ask Honorable Freeland if you would offer the prayer. Honorable Freeland.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I have a bad signal this morning.
Okay, you're fine. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues, staff, everyone on this call, our vendors, and everyone. Let's just give some reflection this morning and some good thoughts as we start a new day and new opportunities that await for our people. Let's go ahead and bow our heads. Our most heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, Redeemer, Savior, most merciful one, we thank you for bringing us together each and every day to look at the opportunity, look for these opportunities for our people, Father. We ask you to bless each and every one of us, our families, our livelihoods, everything that we left behind this morning to this time, Father. We ask you to bless our leadership, our president, our vice president, our council, all of our chapter leadership as well, Father. We ask you for these continued blessings each and every day as we know we can turn to you in a time of need, Father. We ask you to bless our veterans, all of our elders, and all of our children at this time. Thank you for the joy that they bring to us, Father, and the abundance of life that they offer. We ask you to heal each and every one of our people right now who are hurting right now, whether that be mental or physical. Help them right now, especially those who are battling drug addiction or alcohol addiction, Father. Help heal them and guide them towards the recovery. We ask you to continue to pray for every single one of all of our soldiers right now who are front lines, all of our frontline workers as well, our EMS, our fire, and our police personnel. Guide and protect each and one of them. Through these things, we know we can ask for your guidance and for your praise each and every day, Father. We'll continue to ask this through your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ, by the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your prayer. Someone needs to mute their phone. Phone mute us. Please mute your phones. Thank you. We're down to introductions on the agenda. We'll start with honorable members of RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker will be calling in shortly. Honorable Daniels, are you on the call? Honorable Kealan Begay.
Good morning, Chairman. Grosh Dajet, Manan, hit National King on Edasha, but I need to share the Shini National Slanda, but the Shaki just as a pistol, Lesneskis, Tachi, Salana, Secretary Nazran, Dag Helena, he had all his Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all. My name is Mark Freeland. I represent out of Eastern Navajo, Crown Point, Nahatish, I, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Epiphano, and Nayaza. Cheers on this. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Someone needs to mute their phone. Please mute your phone. If I have to ask you again, I'll ask the host to remove you off the phone, off this teleconference. I would appreciate you muting your phone. Thank you. Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good morning, Shania. Chairman is Aaron Nai Kedo, Shajat Yajato, Shama Yajaka, Aaron the Conto staff on Lingeto, Aro, all others on the line, all community members, and also departments and divisions that get the programs that so yat a Shay Wilson Sister Junior and Shia. Though twits on the age, Nanish as Hutchini, Bashis Chin, Hutchini, that's a Che W between the Chanela. I represent 4 chapters for Defiance, Sawmill, Red Lake Crystal, and for Defiance Agency with Resource Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Shaya, Ricknez in a shear, and was unenchla, or Zay Kachin, Bashish Chain, Sanabin Dash Shado, Kia Ani, Dashanella. As Tango chapters, Vanash, Nashige, Yaha, Hogback, San Juan, and Hanzara, Perfulum, Burnham, and Newcomb. Welcome and good morning. We'll go to RDC staff. Before we do, Honorable Daniels, introductions.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Arin Dakota RDC members. Arin Dakota Shamakena Senegi on Conference Ego. Kodo Sidedji, Kodo Herman Daniels Jr. ACJ, Arunana. I don't mention give it Tani. Arunana Kevin Idasije. Hashka Zoho, Idashanala, Arinda. Oh, he had Lenny, Aruna Kredameda Idashe. Oda Nenslenko. On the great or jet hodo shot for Fluffy can't do nothing for any bananas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We'll go to RDC staff at this time. Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee. I'm the Resource Development Committee Advisor, and I'm from Sawmill, Arizona. Na kaida na anshlo the position bashish chain tuban it edashite hachini edashanale padai sananshlim. Mr. Chair, I believe there's a D Baker and a Truly that needs to mute their phone, Mr. Chair.
Okay, could you please mute your phones, those that were identified? Thank you. Ms. Woody, you're next.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Tree is not on the call with us. Heather Springer is representing her today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Springer.
Good morning, everybody. This is Heather Springer. I'm a legislative assistant with the Office of Legislative Services. I'm sitting in and assisting for Teresa Woody today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Springer. Ms. Khan. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair,
Good
members
morning.
of RDC. Go ahead, Mariana.
Thank you, Rodney. Good morning, Yad Ed Anasco, Yad Ed Resources and Development Committee members, Danofiniki, Ado Yad Ed Anasco, She Mariana Khan, the Shijane, Po Yet Leaning, Bashishtin, Yapit Ani. Ashtir Dashache, Sanjakina Dashanala. Good morning, one and all. I'm looking forward to an informative session. Good morning, one and all, and back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. Name is Rodney Tahi. I am Kiani and Senja and I'm from Steamboat, Arizona. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. We also have on the call with us Honorable Paul Begay. Introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Delegate Ricky Ness, members of the Resource and Development Committee, staff, and all those on the air listening in. Thank you again. Che Paul Begay in Chigedo, not but on the staff of a hotango. The Chido, Tanaba Sabatin, Bishka Gate, could be Todo Tonahadley. A but not Arnishla. Sadish gives the name Slido, Bipator, neighbors, stream. She told a tree dundle, additional Kia on it, a dundle. Could ego the Ninchlan, go ahead, or isn't start or listen so could only Traniaco. The Atashin Kate that or also digging Hitalon. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for being on the call with us today. Do we have the Department of Justice on the line with us? I'll go to Navajo Land Department, Mr. Halona. Press *6.
Ethan, Chairman is honorable delegates of the Resource Development Committee. Mike Halona, Department Director for the Navajo Land Department.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Chischili.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody on the call. Stephen Chischili and not I'm the environmental specialist and acting manager for the General Land Development Department. Good morning.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Gilbert.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Brian Gilbert, Regulatory and Government Affairs Consultant for Cellular One. I'm currently working my 22nd year on and serving the people of the Navajo Nation. I'm accompanied this morning by a few other representatives of Cellular One, and if allowed, sir, I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves.
Yes, they may. For the record.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and other committee members and guests. My name is Timothy Shaffrey. I am Chief Legal Officer for Smith Bagley Incorporated, owner of Cellular One.
Next. Anybody else from Cell One? Okay, Vertical Bridge.
Good morning, Chair Nez and everyone on the call. This is Kayla Kramer with Vertical Bridge, Program Manager for the Telecom Towers on Navajo land. And I believe we have Brooke Begay also. Brooke, you can introduce yourself.
Britt Begay? Okay, anybody else on the call? You're welcome to introduce yourself.
Chairman. Hi, good morning, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Melinda Arvizo-Siaco from the Office of the Speaker, joining the call this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chairman. This is Delegate So. I'm just on the line, just listening. Go ahead. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Honorable So. Somebody needs to mute their phone. Please mute them. Everybody? Nanda? Anybody else on the call? From council or anyone? If not, we'll move down to purpose of the meeting. We will have some discussion on the implementation of FirstNet across the Navajo Nation and to address a variety of challenging issues surrounding the rights-of-ways, leasing policies that require some additional discussion with General Land Development Department as well as Navajo Land Department. We're on number 3 on the agenda, presentation, discussions, the status of the Memorandum of Agreement for FirstNet Public Safety Network by AT&T. I believe this is a presentation by Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert?
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies. I did not address the rest of the committee and government staff and other guests on the call, so good morning, everyone. Brian Gilbert, Regulatory and Government Affairs Consultant, and pardon me, but I'm a little hoarse this morning, so I may pause periodically, but today Cellular One is reporting to this committee to provide a brief but hopefully meaningful update on the project status of FirstNet, and assure you all that despite challenges, Cellular One is committed to completing the FirstNet project, even though there have been challenges during the pandemic on a lot of fronts. Just to recap very briefly, FirstNet is a national public safety network. It's actually controlled by the FirstNet Authority, a federal authority. It was chartered in 2012, and its mission is to facilitate really the first national public safety broadband network. It's dedicated only to first providers, police, fire, other emergency responders. It's a federal independent authority, and it's within the Department of Commerce. And just providing this briefly as a little background, but it's being deployed across the country in a public-private partnership. AT&T is the contractor for the federal government. And I believe this committee has received reports over the last maybe 3 or 4 years by the FirstNet Authority. I think Adam Geisler, who is a tribal liaison for the FirstNet Authority, has been in Window Rock and provided you all with information. So I'm not going to get into that. The FirstNet technology and what it does, there's a lot that could be talked about, and if there's any questions on that, of course, we'll try to address that. But I believe the FirstNet Authority will be continuing to come before the Navajo Nation and talk about that. It is an evolving platform, an evolving set of technologies. It's very exciting. Of course, it's only one important tool for first safety responders. It does not replace, but augments, if you will, two-way mobile communications, deployment of 911, of course, Amber Alerts, and so forth. But it is a very powerful tool, and it's limited to FirstNet responders to make certain that they have an unrestricted network to communicate on and actually provide live data, including video capture, video streaming in emergency situations. So it's very impressive. It's been years in the making, and it's coming to the Navajo Nation. AT&T is charged with this, but of course, on the Navajo Nation, they are partnering, as they are across the country, they partner with a variety of local providers, telephone companies, et cetera. On the Navajo Nation, it's ComNet Wireless and Cellular One that are both building, if you will, the FirstNet network. One important note, I think, which we need to get to, is that AT&T is really in the driver's seat. It's their network design, and the contractors, be it Cellular One or ComNet, are essentially fulfilling that design, building it to their specifications. So it's AT&T that selects the facility site locations, and Cellular One, excuse me, and ComNet are building them. As it's being deployed, of course, it's being built by those local providers, Cellular One, ComNet, and until the facilities, the network is tested and accepted by AT&T, it will not be under the ownership of AT&T. So initially, as it's going up, of course, it will be deployed by Cellular One and ComNet. Now, I think we probably made some reports to this committee or council a couple of years ago, and of course, that was prior to the pandemic. So, what has happened during the COVID pandemic? It has stalled or delayed some of FirstNet. We are attempting, though, to get back on track and to complete it. Just also to recap a little bit of history, knowing that the pandemic was going to set things back with the tribal government and with the construction schedules in early 2020 as the country started to learn about the pandemic and all governments were starting to brace for that. The NABI committee, if I recall, in March 2020 actually adopted emergency legislation at that time to help expedite FirstNet during the pandemic. That was March 2020. Following that, in excuse me, in the same year, July 15th of 2020, a memorandum of agreement, an MOA, was negotiated, or actually signed by July 15th by the Navajo Nation and by Cellular One. There was also an MOA agreement signed by the Navajo Nation and ComNet Wireless at roughly the same time. And the purpose of the MOA was to lay out a more expedited approval process to make sure, again, that FirstNet could be deployed on time. And since July 2020, Cellular One has been working through that. And, pardon me, the specifics of the MOA, which I believe you all should have a copy in your inbox. If not, I would ask Ms. Begay to forward that to you. It did lay out some specifics. There are, let's see, let me make sure we get this right. Cellular One is actually deploying 62 FirstNet sites on the Navajo Nation, and those are to be completed in 2021, this current year, through 2022. 44 of those 62 sites will be co-located on existing Cellular One tower facilities that are under a so-called general lease. Another 18 will be co-located at locations where Cellular One maintains a cellular asset, perhaps a radio cell site, under arrangement with a third party. That might be, in some instances, a cell site equipment placed on a rooftop, a water tank, in some cases, a non-tower structures. And in those cases, Cellular One has been unable to obtain a general lease because they do not have authority over the property. That's understood, and that's what the MOA specifically addressed. And as that was signed, there were specific terms that were applied then to those sites called out in the MOA. And there is an exhibit page in the MOA that covers actually 22 sites. Since July of 2020, as I mentioned, Cellular One has been working with AT&T to complete the final design and also work through the complications of some of these sites. Now, there are some interesting ones that are very close, I believe, to the tribal government. You all may be familiar with the what we call the Code Talker Tower, which is actually at the tribal park. It's at the parking lot of the Code Talker Monument, and that facility has been there for over 10 years. So it was actually erected prior to the 2013 general leasing regulations, and it was established through a permit with the Navajo Park Department. And that permit has lapsed, and that is an example of one that needs to be eventually made into compliance with any new standards. In the interim, to finish FirstNet and to make sure that it is in compliance, the MOA has granted it that special exception, if you will. We've struggled with this over the last few months, and I've had numerous calls with Vertical Bridge. Of course, it's been difficult to do anything during the pandemic, but I think folks in all quarters have done the best they can. And some of the sites for FirstNet have changed during the year due to RF design. So there's engineering complications or changes to optimize the network, which have called for resiting of some of the locations. But we have worked through most of those, and as of the past month, July 21st, Cellular One obtained a summary letter for cultural compliances or HPD compliances for, I believe it's 17 of the 22 sites. And that letter has been signed by the BIA, so that satisfies one of the important components to complete the application process, if you will, through the General Leasing Land Department. And as well, the Fish and Wildlife Department has also signed off in a BRCF compliance form for those as well. And what's significant about that is really that simply addressed existing locations. So, you know, it's fairly common knowledge and it's common sense that an existing site that's been developed for years, it's within a fence or a compound, there should not be environmental complications with adding equipment to that. In fact, that is consistent with what the federal government directives call for from the FCC. So there are exceptions the federal government lays out to make sure that simply reconfiguring or in some cases augmenting or rebuilding a telecom site does not require a full environmental review. So that's an important step that's been completed. That clears the way, of course, for Cellular One to continue on. And I will say that also, and I think we're moving down through the agenda here, the MOA lays out specific terms that Cellular One needs to meet when it files its application packets to build sites. And of course, it needs to show some indication, some proof that there was what the MOA considers a ground right. In some cases, that's not a lease, that's a permit that was issued by the Navajo government or a department in some cases. In addition to that, if Cellular One needs to, as I mentioned, augment or rebuild a tower facility within a moment, please.
Mr. Gilbert.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, to pause there. A little bit of interruption. And so another term is that if Cellular One needs to augment or increase a structure at a site, that cannot expand beyond the existing envelope or boundary of that location. And that's another term that Cellular One needs to comply by to be in with the MOA. having satisfied those terms, if Cellular One can meet those restrictions, it is in compliance with that site. However, at the time the Navajo Nation adopts newer standards, changes to its procedures, Cellular One will need to meet those. The MOA also addresses the revenue portion, which I know has been a major issue for the Land Department, but the MOA spells out the requirement for Cellular One to pay rental fees for those existing locations, again, until new standards are adopted and a new rate structure is adopted. And we can answer questions on that, and if I cannot answer it, Cellular One's in-house counsel is also on the line this morning that can answer that. So Cellular One, it's been difficult working through this. I think the major, and one of the major issues we want to highlight for the RDC this morning is that the compliance for NEPA compliance is a major stumbling block. And that has been an ongoing issue, I think, within, for processing any telecom site on the Navajo Nation. However, as opposed to doing a new, what we call a greenfield site, where it's virgin land, it's not been developed prior, and you certainly do need to address all NEPA compliance. When you are operating and working on an existing developed site, there should be some exceptions or streamlined procedures. It is our recommendation that as the Navajo Nation works through its new telecom regs that are in a draft form and looks at streamlining procedures, that it perhaps looks at the category exclusion allowances that the FCC and the federal government lay out. There are some important federal memorandums that have been put out since in the last 6 or 7 years on that. They do pertain only to local jurisdictions, I will say, state and local governments. They do not address the allowances on tribal lands by tribal governments. However, to our knowledge and investigation, tribal governments are not precluded from adopting those same standards. And Cellular One would simply encourage that the Navajo Nation consider that, because that could greatly speed up the NEPA compliance issues. In the case of the MOA sites, it's taken close to 6 months to work through that. And quite frankly, due to the backlog of HPD and Fish and Wildlife, that might actually have been fairly fast processing. And we know that's because there's been, in some cases, a limited shortage of staff to do work. And there's been tremendous backlog that's been created due to the pandemic. On top of that, of course, you also layer on the fact that there's been CARES monies appropriated in the last years. There's been lots of infrastructure projects that are in the process of being developed. So no doubt it's adding a tremendous backlog. And so anything that can be done perhaps to streamline NEPA processing at a developed site and to cut some corners, if you will, and not violate, obviously, NEPA, because, as I've mentioned, there are federal standards that lay out these exceptions called categorical exclusions to in normal environmental processing. That would be, in our opinion, very, very good. I want to move down now to an issue that pertains to accessing power or getting power to a telecom site, be it through a service line agreement, an SLA, or a right-of-way. Of course, Cellular One does not apply for those, primarily on the Navajo Nation. That is done by NTUA, and Cellular One has a working relationship with NTUA. However, as we understand it, and we may be corrected today, but the current protocol and process calls for NTUA to not start any clearance work for an SLA for power access to a telecom site until that telecom site is under a signed lease. And what that means is there's a big delay between the telecom site being constructed and ready to go online and then power to that site. The best example we have of that is Cellular One was able to develop a cellular site at Low Mountain this past November. And that was through the CARES Act. There were actually CARES funds that Cellular One obtained under an RFP from the Navajo government. That site was actually built and online prior to the end of the year. So Cellular One met the obligation of spending those CARES funds. That site, I want to highlight this, that site was brought on the air with a generator. And Cellular One maintained through generating facilities all during the winter months to keep that site online. It was difficult, and there were outages that were caused because backup power through propane generator and battery is not stable. And so that site did go down quite often. And the reason I'm pointing this out is since that was a project paid for by federal monies, it certainly would have been good if that SLA work, that clearance work by NTUA could have been started sooner. But as we understand it, the current protocol does not allow that. And that would be, in our opinion, a major step forward towards streamlining and making sure that when cell sites are built, in some cases to provide essential services to local communities, that could be expedited. I will say that Cellular One, now that the compliances are done with the EMBO sites, it should be able to file the final packets for the General Land Department. We will be filing amended packets. There's a standard checklist, but there are some items that in our interpretation are not necessarily relevant, but we will be filing the appropriate documents and justifying what we're filing, and we anticipate doing that in the next couple of weeks. And so our intentions, again, are to make certain that FirstNet by Cellular One is completed in early 2022. And there's some other gentlemen on this call that may have more specifics about that or can certainly add to that. But that's going to bring us back on schedule.
Mr.
Yes,
Gilbert, you have reached your 20 minutes limit. I will ask my colleagues to provide you additional time. Honorable colleagues, how much time do you need, Mr. Gilbert?
Probably no more than 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, we'll give you 5 minutes. Honorable colleagues, could you request 5 minutes for Mr. Gilbert?
Chairman Kealam, I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Begay requests an additional 5 minutes for Mr. Gilbert. So, Mr. Gilbert, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Sorry if I can clear my throat. So the final thing I'd like to close with, Mr. Chairman, is that this is all a difficult exercise because we also understand that the Navajo Land Department, General Land Leasing Department, have been attempting to put together and bring to you all telecom regulations. And I will say that Cellular One absolutely supports the adoption of telecom regulations because I think in many instances, some of the issues that we have highlighted and will continue to highlight in terms of building on existing developed sites or perhaps building sites, cellular sites, broadband deployment sites that are not on a tower, they're on a building, water tank, sort of. There needs to be rules to define those. So we fully support that. We also think it's very important knowing that there are additional federal monies that will be flowing from the Navajo Nation, and some of that will go to various carriers from ARPA and from other stimulus monies that may be coming. So again, it's very important that those telecom rules are in place. I will say that Cellular One has been working in the past year in collaboration with other ETC providers, other telecom and wireless providers in an alliance, and believes that To assist the Navajo Nation, there needs to be some public discussions on these telecom rules that the carriers can need to provide their input. There are also other important stakeholders that need to be involved in the discussion, such as school districts that may house some telecom facilities, the colleges, et cetera. These are important entities that do have a lot to do with the ability to, to allow infrastructure to be built in their compounds. And of course, that needs to be addressed by the telecom rules. So we support that. We want to be part of that discussion. The Cellular One is working on attempting to put together a roundtable discussion by various telecom stakeholders, and we hope to do that this fall. We hope we can do that in person. If not, we will do it virtually. We certainly will be inviting this committee as well as government staff. And that's simply to explain, I think, from the perspective of the providers, some of the concerns, and we hope to, come to some overall consensus, but we are fully supportive of the need for the Navajo Nation to adopt telecom regulations. Other than that, sir, I will end here. I know I've taken up probably 25 minutes, and me and the other representatives of Cellular One are standing by to answer your questions. And thank you for providing us the time to address you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for the presentation. And Ms. Begay, could you contact Mr. Christopher Vicente to get on the call as well? Would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, we're on the letter A, status of the Memorandum of Agreement for FirstNet Public Safety Network by AT&T, presented by Mr. Brian Gilbert. Do you have any comments or questions? Chairman
Callan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, RDC member. All those that are on the line listening in. I think some of my colleagues are on the line as well, 24th Navajo Nation Council. The one thing that not just only Cellular One, other carriers how do we help have them provide or develop service on the Navajo Nation? I think that's the key thing. We say there's a situation about telecommunication. So I don't know, the variant of Delta and other situation may have our students get back home to learn again, but yet I think majority of our Navajo students will continue to lack having access to the internet to continue to learn. Not just only that, I mean, even after school, like yesterday or last evening, I saw 4 or 5 of my nieces and nephews glued to the computer. Fortunately, we have internet and cell service in my area. So my thought quickly went to one of my chapters, Low Mountain. What about the students that doesn't have internet and so on? Test case although the situation of emergency, the call in the internet. This development of FirstNet, Kodoa had the opportunity to meet with some individuals last Friday. Kodoa Chairman Freeland for the State Task Force. We met with the Arizona Commerce Department. That's the one thing that we continue to ask for partnership. And then Mr. Chris Vicente was in attendance as well. The key thing, the main focus of discussion was that the benefit, the purpose, and as you know, that the Navajo Nation Council approved supporting to include 191 as a smart highway. I mean, that's the one thing I didn't realize about. I didn't realize until Mr. Sabatka brought it up. How many school systems do you guys have along this route? Just know. Sunday, public school was Sanders, Ganado, Chinley, and Red Mesa Unified School District. Then you got several BIA like Uniform High School and others. And then you got community school. I think it was like White Room Community School, Noslin Community School, Cottonwood Community School, Uniforms Community School, and then Rock Point High School. So all of that, I mean, you have that many schools along this particular route. So just having the student data on the enrollment, I mean, I think the benefit of it, I think that's the main thing that I'm trying to figure out. Why are we having problem establishing cell tower on the Navajo Nation? I guess it's good to have a competition. And then each of us, I mean, because I have a cell, I mean, you know that I have 3 of them. Each of them have cellular, not cellular one, AT&T, and then I have the former Sprint. And then I do have T-Mobile. All of them, I mean, one of them doesn't really work. Why is that? One by one. And is that the norm across the United States, that it takes them years and years just to establish one tower? And then internally, I think sometimes it comes to where, yeah, I'll prove it when I get to it. Might be the situation. The banda how you no the bayata tie koko elahit akidik at first net the niniki chinklo atol nisiki ki halit I mean, we even have the emergency legislation in place, which is over a year now, more than a year and a half. That is neat. Sometimes you just say, is this document just a document that, I mean, it's just a statement that's on it? I mean, does it really matter if it's emergency or not? The establishment of a cell service on the Navajo Nation emergency legislation continues to be in place, but yet, I mean, I don't see no major development on the Navajo Nation. Chairman, our RDC member, Din Hinhansala. I mean, who gets it? I mean, that's in the hand of the administration. How to get it and getting it done, that's where some of the administration comes into play, departments comes into play. But in here, Kodo chapters Bani Tahaki, and I guess this is the reason why the first legislation that we approve as a council, requesting FirstNet and AT&T to produce an overall map of the Navajo Nation. Because I believe AT&T continue to say that they have no authority to get onto the Navajo Nation to conduct this activity. And then you got other carriers or program or companies doing others on the Navajo Nation, which is okay and which is good. I mean, we need as many companies to do what needs to be done out here. I think there just needs to be an understanding of working together. I mean, these cell towers get that, and that's the reason. That's another reason why I've asked Ms. Barbara to develop a legislation. Any company, even enterprises, requests to utilize or get funding from these public funding, such as APRA, CARES funding, or CIHSN, or UUFB, because all of these are public funding. If they're getting funding from this particular pot, it will be mandatory that they, within 30 days, they co-locate with other carriers that wants to get onto the tower, or they, within 30 days, they need to develop a roaming agreement. See, that's one thing. Cell tower, that's one thing I've noticed, and that's one thing I've learned, that the owner begins to control and I guess say that, well, pay me this amount in order for you to locate on my tower. And I guess that's where the regulation comes into play, in which I asked Ms. Barbara that maybe we need to have some type of a regulatory commission at the broader area, because the current regulatory really isn't effective the way I see it. Regulatory. No, I haven't heard anything much, but I don't know if it will make a difference if establishing a broader public appointment commission that not just only see the telecommunication, but any other utilities across the Navajo Nation. Anything that our Navajo people are asked to pay, and there should be a regulatory. So that will come into play probably down the road, depending on how it comes, the outcome of it in the council, and of course the president's final decision of a legislation. But my point is that how is it that we continue? I mean, it probably is not necessary of these legislation, but just to have these basic service on the Navajo Nation is very, very, very much needed. Although not just only cell service, a lot of them probably need a landline as well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, right now I'm talking to you guys through my landline, home phone. That needs people may want to start their own business, that would need some type of transaction quickly and so on to utilize the landline. So, agent, Diego, Cordon, Sissy, Chairman, RDC members need Linigi, Kokati today, Cellular 1, DITA. This is how we're working with the nation and some obstacles that we're facing, and how is it that the Navajo Nation continues to work. The reason why I've asked if Mr. Vicente is online is that there's several areas that the Navajo Nation has a big opportunity to ask for funding. And I believe if we're if we have everything in place, I believe that we could easily secure almost $1 billion. I would think so, to establish these cell tower across the Navajo Nation. I mean, there's $1 billion that's available for Indian tribes. I mean, there's another $1 billion that's being talked about at Congress level now. And then through the state, each state has been receiving a certain amount of funding from CARES or APRA funding and so on. And then through BIA, and then even through the school system, the BIA schools and then the public schools. Huge base of long the adults open nation here opa yati halate onas the kasto on o den joga den de ka tower sa ya nana adon de the tower ya nana ni go hold ji shota sha hit e do listen de jin zo da it's the case le a koko maybe sometimes it well be shashe hodli to she insinit out out e be prove it ashla ni da da holno ben na da to ye go be na sa the data on nas in la to so koto bahasito litla chairman. So I mean we know the situation, and well I know the situation of what not just only Cellular One but other companies outside and then into UA. Let not there be a monopoly, a dominations of one. Let there be competition. That way, it may keep the prices down of these services. But yet, I mean, people are willing and wanted to come onto the Navajo Nation to help, but yet we make it hard for them to develop and produce and deliver service to our Navajo people. I mean, one my chapter, you know, Kudoch at Anglo Mountain. Ko aje kadashon tower ya sendego ko je into avich and dahil nago power line. I don't know. Did he say that the power line is now connected or not? That age of why does that have to happen? The tower, I mean, that we know that it is run by power line. Anyway, so Chairman, but I do have an additional question, though. There's no comment, but the main thing that I'm asking the regulatory commissioner, I'd like to request to see if what is the overall plan that they have, and what is the amount of funding that is being requested on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and who will be benefiting in getting these funding. If the nation is getting, I don't know, 100, 200 million, and who will be the construction company, and then I don't know, could the Navajo Nation just step in and just start erecting 2 or 3 towers per agent, per chapter, and then say, okay, I mean, we have built the facility, have at it, get on there, but you pay the Navajo Nation this amount. This is another potential revenue. Why can't the Navajo Nation own these towers across the Navajo Nation rather than trying to wait somebody to do it for us? But why can't the Navajo Nation develop these towers ourselves? We're decreasing revenue. No by spectrum Washington dan ko don hitcha holna e ko age dugut wit aten at ende ko age in hiben holni oti ni ko ba yet ot nan on le chacho the need you ade shi in haido this or not the sto ko aden the baby in such case me why can't the Navajo Nation go in and just say that by God, let's just do it ourselves, erect these towers, and then then have these companies get on there to pay the Navajo Nation to be on there. I mean, that's another source of income that the Navajo Nation could be looking at. Because that way, NTUA, Cellular One, T-Mobile, whoever's out there, AT&T, and so on, could be able to be there. All we'd have is the tower and the electricity getting to there. And then they're on their own maintaining it, but the tower itself is ours, on this, the Navajo Nation. So, okay, I better stop, Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Begay, so is your question to the regulatory commissioners or Mr. Vicente?
Chairman, my main question is obviously will be the commissioners and then Mr. Vicente as well, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Vicente, are you on the call? Telecommunications Regulatory Commissioners, are you on the call? Press *6. if you are on the call. *6.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, I did send an email to request Mr. Vicente, Gloria Tom, and Cheryl Curley from BIA to be on the call for discussion of this matter. I wasn't aware of all the issues that were relating to this, and I wasn't part of the first meeting. And so had I known that there was some discussion that needed to be directed to telecommunication and BIA, I would have had them to the table today, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay. Mr. Vicente, are you on the call now? None. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Cellular One, FirstNet.
Chairman, this is Chris Vicente. I was trying to talk. I was on *6. Sorry, sir.
Okay. I don't know how much of the statement that you heard from Honorable Begay. That there was a question for you, sir.
Absolutely. I'll, based on what I heard, I could definitely respond to most of it, sir.
You have the floor.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the RDC, as well as those joining this call. Delegate Keelan Begay, you posed a great question on what the NNTRC has been doing to try and expand broadband throughout the Navajo Nation. So, of course, one of the things that our office is particularly proud of is just earlier this year in February, we got the official notification that E-rate was completed. So, well, E-rate was approved for the amount of $53 million, and that was to connect up to 90 chapters plus. I don't have the number off the top of my head right now, but it included Head Starts as well. So the nice thing about this is this program covers 90% of the construction costs from Universal Service Administrative Company, which is under the umbrella of Federal Communications Commission. This particular program covers the cost for 90% of the cost for construction, as well as monthly recurring costs to get internet to a library. So what the TRC was working on, and what we also did, is create a Navajo Nation E-rate consortium. This comprises of 3 individuals who are permanent employees with 3 different departments. So we have NNTU, Pearl Lee, we have Brent Nelson with Doty, and we also have Norbert Nez with Division of Community Development. One of the particular reasons we wanted to make sure that we have permanent employees on is because the construction will exceed beyond past January 2022, which is generally a new election. So, of course, we want to make sure that the projects sustain themselves well through different, whatever the transition or whatever the outcome is in January 2023. So again, just making sure that this project is going to be successful, because since we were able to get 90 chapters approved, the remaining 20 has been just recently identified and award letters have been sent out. So all 110 chapters will be designated as a library. So they'll be able to receive a fiber connection directly to the building. So the common goal with this is essentially to get fiber in every single direction throughout Navajo Nation. So if we can get that kind of infrastructure in every single direction, it crosses and at least comes across almost every community possible that you can think of. So if we have fiber in the area, there's upgrades that can be completed. So I'll use NHA homes as an example. So if there's clusters of homes like that, and the community density, like we'll say Windarock, Fort Defiance, Tuba City, Kayenta, when you have clusters of homes that close together, we want to start thinking, we got the middle mile taken care of, which is through E-rate. The construction cost, none of it is coming out of Navajo Nation at all. 90% was covered by USAC, FCC. The remaining 10% for the chapter houses, the state actually kicked in the difference to cover the construction costs. So Navajo Nation was able to get fiber construction to all these chapter houses with $0. The only thing we have to start focusing on as the construction starts to get completed is the monthly recurring costs. And even then, we have since it's designated as a library, and as long as we meet the definitions of a library per each of the chapter houses, 90% of the monthly recurring costs, so the monthly bill, will be paid for by USAC. The remaining 10% will have to be paid for by the Navajo Nation. So again, this ties into a bigger picture, because if we can get that kind of infrastructure in place, we can start expanding from there, because the middle mile is done. And just recently, myself and Delegate Kealan Begay and Delegate Freeland went up to Jeff Sobotka with the ACA out of Arizona, and we also did meet with it's either KPMG or KPGM. My apologies for getting that backwards. But what we wanted to explain to them is we're working on, since that particular project is funded right now for middle mile infrastructure throughout Navajo Nation, we want to try and start looking at the future now and start looking for funding for last mile, basically from that, I'm going to call it the highway, and from the highway directly to the house. How are we going to get those homes connected? And that's basically the final mile. So that's where we presented that proposal directly to ACA for the communities on the Arizona side. On New Mexico, there's a couple different approaches. So with the NTIA grant specifically, I'm going to be jumping around and back and forth, so my apologies. If you have questions, by all means, stop me at any time. But I want to make sure that members of the Resources and Development Committee do understand that all these things that we're doing eventually tie back into each other. So an example is New Mexico Governor Grisham approved $10 million for a pilot project. It's called Sky. Towards June of 2022, that's when the Project Sky should be going up. And this is something that we got to thank Sacred Wind, John Badal, for pushing this initial project. And he also did partner with Smith Bagley, aka Cellular One Naked Mobile, because they're trying to look for innovative solutions to try and close the gap for Eastern, because we all know Eastern Agency does have its challenges with I think Delegate Freeland mentioned over 20 different types of land statuses throughout that community. So when it comes to infrastructure builds, right-of-ways as well as SLAs, those are going to be quite cumbersome. And that's something we have voiced directly to BIA, because one of the things that, at least when I learned when I came on board, is the process to request for SLAs or full-blown BIA approvals for right-of-ways is painstakingly long. And I was quoted for this. For 70 feet of fiber on Eastern, it took 1 year. And I'll have to look this up, because I want to say it took 9 years. Don't hold this one to me. I'll have to look up my own quote, because I have a lot on my hands right now. But 9 years just for a monopole. And that is it just shows where our biggest hurdle is at with the expansion of infrastructure throughout Navajo Nation. So this kind of ties back to an email that I sent to RDC members. The TAA that was completed during CARES was a great start for trying to get telecommunications infrastructure as well as utility infrastructures in the ground and around Navajo Nation. The only thing, though, is that was only applicable to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. What we want to try and do is expand this idea to all service providers, including external or non-Navajo eligible telecommunication carriers, wireless internet service providers, as well as even other utility service providers. So the one thing I've been researching, and I want to make sure that everyone is aware, is the idea for a possible utility telecommunication corridor for those areas that are eligible throughout Navajo Nation is something that I've been doing research on, and with the former Assistant Secretary Sweeney, under the previous administration, she was with Department of Interior. I posed the question to her, and before that, I'm sorry, I need to trace back a little bit. I actually spoke with Land Department and asked if it is possible, before we even attempt to reach out externally beyond Navajo for these kinds of requests. So it is possible to try and get a utility, some sort of corridor, whatever you want to call it, telecommunication/utility corridor. This will help expedite the E-rate build out, because we have E-rate build out going into the years 2023. So if we can at least help the service providers expedite their right-of-way processes throughout Navajo Nation, wherever the areas that are eligible to be considered a telecommunication utility corridor, great, because I'm just trying to look for a way to help expand this, because Delegate Daniel So has expressed that infrastructure will be taking a while to get fiber in the ground, and he's absolutely right. So all the projects that we're working on, some of them may be immediately available with some of the E-rate projects, because fiber is literally outside their building right now. But if a chapter is like 5 miles away, that's going to take a little while. So again, this creative solution for a telecommunication utility corridor is something that I know it is possible, because if we got Land Department on board, and we can also get BIA or Department of Interior Secretary Sweeney at the time, I asked her, and she said what BIA and Interior can contribute to this is a CADEX, as long as basically Navajo Nation does all the heavy lifting as far as identifying the routes that would be eligible for this telecommunication utility corridor. So it would knock out not just telecommunications, but power, water, wastewater, whatever is applicable in these areas. So the general idea to help expedite all this build out is, if we get these corridors established, they just go visit Land Department and identify the route. Land Department says, this is how much it is annually for your permit. How long do you want your permit for? You're done. So if those areas have already had their clearances done, their archaeological, biological, and their historical, if that's been done, if it's already been identified as a corridor, there's no need to complete those again. So that's one potential thing that we're definitely recommending, that we've been working on and also researching to see if it's plausible, and it is quite plausible. It's just a matter of just organizing groups and committees to try and make sure that they're all on the same page. The other additional thing this kind of ties into is, what we want to try and do is start focusing on trying to get discounts for folks on Navajo Nation that are eligible for it. So the Lifeline discount on Navajo Nation is $34.25. When we can get internet download speeds to what FCC's definition of is 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up. I know these are technical terms, I apologize, but consider that like the speed limit, or the speed limit for internet. So you have 25 miles per hour down, 3 miles per hour upload. If the consumer is able to receive that kind of internet speed, they can apply that $34.25 credit towards their monthly recurring service. So if we'll say their bill's $60 a month, $2 a day, basically it's cut to less than half. If we can get there, people pay less than around $30 a month, $1 a day for internet access, which is the definition of broadband. And again, this kind of ties back into fiber to the premise or fiber to the home, because there's obviously the fastest way for deployment throughout Navajo Nation is wireless internet. But the thing is that water pipe is only big enough to handle so much traffic on there. So what we want to do is, of course, for now, get people on fixed wireless to try and get them an internet connection. That way they're able to do telework, telehealth, and distant learning for right now. It's an interim, but the goal, and when explained to Mr. Jeff Sobotka with State of Arizona again, we want to start pushing again for those clusters of homes, what I mentioned earlier, those homes that are so close together that we're able to run fiber to them at an efficient cost. If the homes start trailing off more than X amount of distance, X amount of feet, then that's when you want to turn to a wireless solution. So if we can open up multiple water pipes with fiber going directly to the home, that still leaves the wireless option, the ability to grow in the future. Because what we want to do is we're looking for at least 10 years down the road, in case FCC ever redefines the speeds for broadband. For all we know, they could increase it to 50 down and 6 up, or they could do 100 down and 12 up. So we have to be ready for that, because again, the Lifeline users on Navajo Nation, they're all utilizing that for smartphone services. So they're able to get unlimited phone calls, unlimited text, and the minimum standard, the minimum requirement for Lifeline users on Navajo Nation is 10 gigabytes. But we also have service providers such as NTOA, who's providing unlimited data to some of their Lifeline users. So again, we just want to make sure that we're staying ahead of the curve instead of playing catch up. Again, this kind of ties into many different things. I have an echo. Okay, my apologies. I don't know if the echo is coming from me, but if it is, nope, it's not coming from me. All right, so the other additional things I do want to share with the Resources and Development Committee that we have been definitely working on. Again, the Head Start were another part of the E-Rate project that we're working on. I don't have the specific numbers, but what I want to do is I want to get all the project listings from the E-Rate Consortium to identify which chapter along with the construction date. That way we can get this distributed to council delegates. That way this can be communicated back to their chapter. Because what we need to do is start collaborating with the chapter to make sure that they're aware that this is incoming. If there's an area that can be donated to the library, even a small table, there'll be that physical fiber connection directly to the chapter house. But again, it's not just the chapter house we're looking at, because we know for a fact that the service providers that are running those fibers, they have to lay strands of fiber that are dedicated specifically for E-Rate, but they're going to be laying additional strands for commercial and residential use. So that's the one thing we're excited about. And this also kind of ties into with what we've been working, what RDC kind of started working on is Arcadian Infracom's project. So we're still working with Mr. Dan Davis on that particular project, and we did speak with Jeff Sobotka about that. So again, that's long haul middle mile infrastructure that could run through Navajo Nation with drop points throughout Navajo Nation. The benefits of that, and the benefits of that, specifically the example of what happened to Gallup just recently. Gallup had their outage and they didn't have a redundant route. You have Sacred Wind, who had a redundant route running into Gallup. So those sites that were connected with a physical connection to Gallup were fine, because Sacred Wind has that redundant route coming in, and that redundant route from Arcadian Infracom would be beneficial for Navajo Nation, because they'll be connecting to Denver, Salt Lake City, Phoenix, and I'm forgetting the place, Albuquerque. So you'll have multiple redundancies in case there's a fiber, should there ever be a fiber cut in the future. One thing that was mentioned, I know the MOA was definitely described earlier. The MOA, I need to look up the specifics on it, but it was executed, and it was essentially for those sites that were part of the gray areas in the regulations for right now. With the projects, I want to say the last report card I got from AT&T, they were at about a 60 to 65% build out completion. I do have the listing of all the projects. I can share that with members of the RDC. The biggest and most critical thing that we have to stress is do not share this information, as it is extremely privileged for the sake of protecting the assets that are out in that are being constructed throughout the Navajo Nation. Let's see. I feel like I answered this to the best of my ability. By all means, if I did miss anything, feel free to ask. I'll be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bishanti, for your response. Do you have any other comments or questions?
A follow-up, Chairman Keelan?
Honorable Begay.
Chairman, a follow-up. I posed this question aside from the report given by Cellular One, how it relates to the presentation of the Navajo Nation is developing. Then at the interest group, such as Cellular One, and then there's internal Navajo, like NTUA, and other carrier. I mean, I guess that's the key thing for us to know. How is the overall Navajo Nation government coordinating? If you look at the statement given by Cellular One, the MOA, this agreement was executed the 14th day of July 2020. That's almost a year ago. So my question to Cellular One is how much progress, specific, if you could allow more time to explain to the committee and myself of what progress and what obstacle you continue to encounter, although that the Navajo Nation had agreed to this MOA. Chairman, that's my direct question to Cellular One. I'll have a follow-up.
Mr. Gilbert.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier in the report, Cellular One is working on 62 FirstNet sites. So a lot of things are in progress right now. And what we focused on this morning are some of the challenges with the MOA sites. So the vast majority of the FirstNet sites are in the works now. I have a colleague on the line, perhaps, that can give more specifics from the technical department. But I can tell the committee of the 62 sites, the majority of them are in the works now, and that, as I mentioned, I'm sorry for the echo, that this involves primarily installing equipment on Cellular One's existing network. So it's not new sites. It's just reconfiguring its existing sites.
Are you done, Mr. Gilbert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned your colleague. Go ahead and respond.
I will ask if Mr. Turley is on the line. If not, we may not have anyone. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question, sir?
Chairman, again, this goes back to the development of FirstNet on the Navajo Nation. Again, this question will be posed directly to the internal program, Mr. Vicente's shop. Now, I was hoping, I wish that the Division of Public Safety, Fire Department, and EMS would also be on the line, because FirstNet is a greater benefit for those programs. I don't know if there needs to be a joint meeting between Law and Order Committee on this particular issue. Joe, we always hear from public safety, when I was on the Law and Order Committee last term, and Beninato service Tahlon, Cheka Hadna, John Kisalao, Saito, Benant. Ako that Ahaki be Yego baby chin hot it Akoko that's one of the main purpose of establishing this FirstNet infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. And the other area where I'm hoping that the Law and Order Committee is doing is developing a call center to Ajabetanilje Chetahaneto Ado Kodo the call in the daylet. So I believe that's still the case on the Navajo Nation. When you call or dial 911, it goes directly off the reservation, and then I guess they reroute the calls back onto the Navajo Nation to the specific district of the public safety. Again, with this amount of money floating around, what is it that the Navajo Nation doing in establishing a call center? Maybe I forgot the name of those call centers that they have, or dispatch. Across the Navajo Nation, not crowd, maybe just one or two. Maybe one would be located. There's a big building. It doesn't need that big of a room to establish this the 911 call centers. One could be at one of the judicial complexes have established, Tuba City, Chinle, and Crown Point. It goes directly to the Navajo operator, where even a grandma calls in that the response will be in Navajo language. Otherwise, like I said, some of these calls are routed off the reservation and rerouted back onto the Navajo Nation, because that's where the public safety comes into play. That's where the first responders come into play, and so on. FirstNet established the program are not really taking part in these discussions and how they're developing it. And then one thing they always bring up is that it's going to cost funding. That's where the 638 funding comes into play. This is mandated. I don't know if I may be corrected here, but this is mandated by the being a service being developed by the United States Commerce System, Commerce Department, and that back in 9/11, New York developed Ilya. To me, I believe that BIA and the federal government has some responsibility to pick up the tab on the cost of these services that's going to be available on the Navajo Nation. That's the reason why the Law and Order Committee needs to be part of this and so on in this discussion. It's just like you having maybe a brand new vehicle. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're buying a new vehicle, but yet the driver is not there yet to get the license and so on. Without the public safety being part of this discussion. Chairman but nonetheless, Cellular One taking the lead, and then how they're coordinating with the other cell carrier on the Navajo Nation. How are they cooperating? Because the thing is that at the national level, AT&T is the company that was awarded the contract as an overall. AT&T why can't AT&T FirstNet program work session now AT&T is saying since they don't have major infrastructure on the Navajo Nation, I guess they're subcontracting or leasing or whatever it's called, but they're working with certain carriers that have already infrastructure. So I believe that's where Cellular One comes into play. But what about other areas like if only Cellular One is working directly with AT&T to establish this FirstNet, what if Cellular One doesn't have infrastructure in other communities that they don't have their cell towers? Then we got to look to other carriers that have cell service in those areas, and those are the companies that we have to look at to say that, okay, have you implemented the FirstNet program on your infrastructure so that our Navajo Nation is capable of utilizing it? Chairman, I don't know. I mean, I know I've been going all over the place, but those are some areas. Those are the key areas that has to be a cooperation to get this service going. FirstNet cannot just be run by one company. Cannot just be done once it's established. Then the Navajo Nation has to take over to utilize it. The key, and that's where we come in. Cellular One, all they're doing is providing that service available on their internet system or towers or whatever they call it. But cell phone public safety how they will be communicating. I think that's one area that FirstNet, Mr. Gilbert, the name of a person, Mr. Adam Geisler. I did talk with him last Thursday before Friday's meeting, and he's willing to come back onto the Navajo Nation to do another update presentation. That's available. Mr. Sabata, the Arizona Commerce. And I don't know, Mr. Brother, I don't know if he's on the line, Mr. Freeland, because he's the state task force, the state task force, Lange. Let's not just do this for the Arizona side, because each state has their own jurisdiction for their state. There needs to be a cooperation between the Utah, Arizona, and Navajo Nation, New Mexico government. Those are some areas that we really need to continue working with. Friday, and we did task Mr. Vicente because the bigger benefit and consideration in these development is the school and the hospitals and then the population as a whole. I'm sure that some areas, a lot of our government officials don't really have an understanding of what are located along these routes. If we put those, the name of the schools, how many data, maybe putting data in there, how many employees they have and how many students they have, and what range of students comes from which area. Data that will give a bigger picture of what the demographic situation is in these different locations of the Navajo Nation. I think those are the bigger area that the Navajo Nation really needs to work on, Chairman. But again, it has to take all of us as an RDC member to work together on this and working with having these services being available. And that's where I guess our local chapter officials, our grazing officials, and then land department and others have to play a critical role in getting these services established. A lab towers set up at the other landline that the Nido cable that the Ninigi, yes, they'll come into play later on, but what the batch that I change about so quacky gishin koto bahanasi so again emergency legislation is in place and MOA is in place, but yet I mean we still continue to have some challenges. So ancient Ecuador bahanana sito Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. And I believe we need to give some time over to Mr. Halona to expound on some of these rights of ways issues and service line agreements, as well as Mr. Chili. That way we fully understand what it all entails, as well as the cultural and biological compliances and the telecommunications regulations as well. So, Mr. Halona?
Chairman Nez and honorable delegates of the Resource Development Committee. All guests and colleagues that are on the line this morning. I guess we can just talk a little bit about the current process. Right now, there are challenges within the process as far as the review side of it. And, something needs to happen that not only affecting telecom, it's affecting fiber bill-out, home site leases, utility lines, service line agreements, water lines, so they're all experiencing the same frustration. So, we need to be able to fix those. To address telecom, I guess the one of the main things that needs to happen is, because we're talking about all different kind of issues, and what has created the problems as well. So if we look at the draft telecommunication regulations that have been at NTRC now for 2 years, and I know RDC, you've been waiting on those regulations. That will address a lot of the issues that have been brought up as far as co-locations are now is going to be clear as to how the co-locations will happen. Lego if you're a competitive company, you're not a priority, and it's really clear. I mean, everybody will say no, that's not the case, but we can see it's clear just based upon the timelines. Ado sae atan lego das and that's what Vertical Bridge can probably talk on if they're available. They're actually traveling. They're on their way to come here to meet with us tomorrow morning to give us a full report on the assessment. The towers that they said, so that kind of explain what was brought up. Mr. Gilbert mentioned that there's some towers and areas where those individuals don't have the authorization. I think that's where it needs to be really clear, is that the general leasing regulations prior to still didn't allow anyone to enter into a telecom lease or right-of-way or permit. I not a right-of-way in the auto permit holidays, auto and the leasing holidays, auto and the Washington, never Washington, a auto that has only duplicate, yeah, a auto, a lease, the unhipping date in the shay auto for them. I can learn what that's a. I can should as in that, a hunt on the side does. Yours are there. Should I say, don't the betty near Hodoyo? You can't die, Kaldas, Hashin, oh, think what you let you lay it on the dig it, late, yeah. Hot or things the waiver that's in hot at all next to Argent, Nahajish. A code or Jor and Jago has only the ADD regulations by Yashiki, ADD, but not as near art engine of chaos. The car head up to aid up a budget. Cadins that don't die Lego or peso yet. Could the never that of a peso, but you're holding that. There has only by laws laid up at Ajiki na kanzo, the Iliagi na kanzo, echo in the Taibikaho in that irrigation. So the hot aid a Kadigi has only Kadishin Ligi Abikaho dash or at least. Lay nasta bed lans lay auto a nasha a what a cho a best aid or list. I call quite a nice honorable delegate. Sleeper has on it 100 days months. Halit Ela, yard 8 next another no, I don't kitchen not in the street. I call a Archer Hodge, your Hahoshi. In Chewin, or Nicholas, yard. Because that the Tito, but not all late. A auto a nation, a husband hit all in the lake. Though hit a Kea had so quite on cut 100 now Southern car, Nini to other land, Shinin that car it on the Bahon. Halet auto, Dinkla. Jotons to take so had a zo. A condita that does other a con is a nata and so so every tower site pretty much is also a location where we give offerings and our people don't touch it. I don't chit out. A co a digishin a yup, mahos in the ahead of time. If we properly plan on some of these build outs, and I think Gilbert says that if we were able to get the infrastructure there, so when the tower is built, it'll be lit up. What I face not so see Kate not the donan start it out that on city case. Quaggy teenage had a had the thoughts and his patient ege connect all day. They been all sorts of that. Junley Ade had Zogi a telecom lease. A teeny access road. You can tie that in with the lease auto service line. Electric by door. This is a hound. they can make that request and then they submit it. So the ajaba hol jijo shin lisi gi khoto le so what ako what ya go shin ya ako di halet nto sa ni jo pila pa hon agi shin ya ha shin aja pa ha to le historic preservation ni gi jo has on it. Kodo FCC tahot yan sa case ado on fito kodo Washington do tahot yan sinana case art parents at ninigi rigi tito indo lesto nan ago so biological so what yago yat skinshot do le land that so that in the do nish atobon khata aj khulla the Queen darnish kadet and Jordan, Sahobanan, Hadlon and the Aja at the East, in the house, Yan darnish, or than Kishna. A co national the hash, Dorney. A co what Alco Ada wished, or that o. A co the MOU at Lianta could need. Did a lad or last area going to Dorney. A condidi MOU ya kadishi de handa papa hala ya adola should they did in higi in hard nahaki a condid a haho get that nish so quite an hon nin le nas ki sahoe benal sort that then a quapa hon ado be las link that all does ado be that is nal sosen a co what ashin in just pahazan ya don't is atole nal so sigi kaya hagi you can't nas niligi that ilai benal so si eshetal ya go bring those leases into compliance shohana what you can sublease co-locations on them. Ako di benal sosa ta tena atesh na halet ala to nisa to be not ashe na long ya ako ho ya abas pata husband di ko ata sayin hata batas di khayla ye lang asila halet ako aje lao ikenda ilela ko jon ki chejur na hon nation base or then so enda illa ako rigi journal dit abato nido kahota oila eto nan kada donasche apahazen hahotai bendai enas not that only din the inland as now na khago ahota aliya goshin atkin so to nisto nasha what edole ako ahun so shi sa nan adole chairman as Otto, Stephen from General Land Development can also talk a little bit about the processing and the challenges that we're having with all of the other projects, and then Kayla from Vertical Bridge is on, and I'm not sure how soon she's jumping on her flight, so maybe she can talk a little bit about their working relationship with the needs of the telecom companies currently. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Mr. Chishchili.
Hello, Mr. Chair, honorable members of RDC. Just to follow up with what Mr. Halona said, I can probably break down a little bit about what the service line agreement entails, as I know that was highlighted by Mr. Gilbert as the reason for not being able to hook up towers to electricity. The General Land Development Department handles service line agreements administered through utility companies, and they usually constitute just as much environmental clearance and principal documents as the lease itself. Mr. Halona is delegated to sign off on the electrical or any of the utility lines issued by NCUA or any of the utility providers. And the thing is with telecommunication towers, they are commercial endeavors, so they need to be assessed by the Minerals Department, as well as an invoice needs to be paid and paid by the applicant for the service line agreement can be administered and to the utility company to be built out. I believe that was one of the main issues that Mr. Gilbert spoke about, as well as attain a categorical exclusion. I believe he touched on as well. there is a version that the Navajo Nation doesn't use, granted through the general leasing regulations, and that would be an environmental compliance determination. Now, in terms of streamlining or knocking out HPD or Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife, I'm not quite sure how legal that would be in terms of. I guess if they're on the call, they can expound upon that more so. But there are certain comments and conditions that need to be included in the BRCF, CRCF, especially for erected towers, specifically like relating to raptor sensitive areas. Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife usually issues comments or concerns regarding to those issues, whether or not the service line agreement is good for the tower. So their inclusion and them being cognizant on these different developments is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chili. Also, Ms. Kramer from Vertical Bridge.
Yes, sir. This is Kayla with Vertical Bridge, and I think I followed most of what Mr. Halona said. Well, at least the English words of it. And I agree with everything. We have worked with Cell One quite a bit to help them expedite as much as possible, but some of these are just out of our control, especially with the environmental compliance. This is something that's required by the FCC and by AT&T. And in the absence of previous environmental compliance, yes, they did have to start at the beginning to get this done. And unfortunately, just the workload that some of the departments are under right now has made it a little bit slower than it possibly would have been to begin with. But Vertical Bridge has gone to Fish and Wildlife and HPD and asked them what we can do to help them. We try to understand their processes so we can convey it back to the industry to tell them exactly how to make it easier and more streamlined, so they get more of a cookie cutter approach, and hopefully they can process it quicker than having to start at the beginning and figure out what they're getting in a submittal package. And that's still a work in progress and ongoing, but we hope to further streamline it as this moves along. Are there any questions for us at Vertical Bridge?
Thank you very much, Ms. Kramer, for your explanation as well. Honorable members of RDC, we heard from General Land Department, Navajo Land Department, and Vertical Bridge. Do you have any comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
I try to give some other committee members some time, so that's why I asked for a late request. But I just don't want to take over this questioning of the presenters. Maybe just let's get on everything on the table. The discussion. Since Cellular One are on the call, and the three different areas from the Navajo Nations are on the call. Mr. Halona, you indicated that what specific is in place that you're trying to tell Cellular One to upgrade or comply with, rather than having, and is Cellular, Cellular One, are you saying really that you don't want to comply with these policies until a new policy comes into play? I mean, that's what's been alluded to. And if that is the case, I mean, I believe that Cellular One needs to comply with whatever current policy is in place right now, because we can't start making an adjustment based on what companies want us to do. I believe that we have these policies in place based on input and recommendation by the program, if not by the Navajo people. And then how much there was a question, a statement that outside carrier needs to pay for their past dues. Now, since only Salary One is on the call, how much due is still that they need to pay the Navajo Nation? Can we put that out on record to say that this is how much Salary One needs to pay? Although Mr. Halona had indicated that a lot of these areas is difficult, just because some of our Navajo people consider some of these areas sacred. But I think that's where the chapter comes into play. They know the area. That's where the grazing official comes into play to know the local area where it's very obvious that it's off limit. So I think that for us to make that as an excuse, I don't know if that's the case, but I think our local chapter has, for my area, for my chapters, I know they have been allowing availability of land. But the thing that I kept saying to the chapter is that yes, we have certain land, but it's just a matter of an engineered study is how a lot of these towers needs to be established on the Navajo Nation. So that's why I sent a memo to Cellular One and NTUA to develop an engineered assessment and propose a location, and then that's where the chapter comes in and say that, okay, the only way that we can set up a tower in this location is this area, and then the chapter will determine that if that's feasible or not. So chapter to withdraw these land, that these towers will be available, but getting the power line, yes, that might be a challenge because they may have to go through certain area of these power line. So I guess let's be open about it. And I think that's the main purpose on some of these meetings. I just want, I like to get everything on the table to discuss it and how can we resolve it. Like I said, Mr. Halona, I wish that you could have indicate some of these statements all in English to have the Cellular One understand of what you're indicating of what Cellular One is not doing and what don't want to do. And that should be, it should be all in writing if that's the case. If you have given them some type of a statement that they need to comply or pay up, I think that's what needs to be in place. Though that's what needs to be done in order to move forward, because we're talking about millions of dollars of federal funding and public funding that they're asking for. I guess we're just in the position to say yes or no. It's really not our money; it's the federal's funding. But yet, how much we're getting is based on how many population that we have on the Navajo Nation. Can we be open about everything that the land department has issue with the Cellular One, and then Cellular One has issue with land department? We're here to listen, and how do we resolve it? I think that's another thing. Chairman, if I'm in order, maybe I'll ask for your guidance if this is appropriate for us to discuss it and open what is the real problem. I hear one thing from Cellular One, and then I hear another thing from their local program. I guess the two programs are locked horn while the Navajo people are suffering out there. I like to have from both ends to talk to each other. What is the real problem, and can we get it resolved today, Chairman?
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Halona, Mr. Chili, and Ms. Kramer. Could we state what needs to be said to Cellular One? If they're not following the law, let them know that they need to follow the law. If they need to pay their fees, tell them they need to pay up. What needs to be said needs to be said so this can be implemented. So I'm going to give you time to respond and let Cellular One know what they need to do. Thank you. Mr. Halona, you go first. Press *6.
Good morning again, Chairman Nez and Delegate Begay, and honorable delegates, Resource Development Committee guests, and colleagues that are on the phone this morning. I thought my chair was going to translate for me, but I guess I can kind of cover some of the concerns that were brought up by Cell One and their opening remarks as to some of the challenges that they see and what some of the positions that they've taken on developing FirstNet. It was Cell One that wanted to hurry up and get an MOU to deploy FirstNet 2 years ago. And we're still waiting for the deployment. And now we've said, okay, these are underlying challenges. So, and then FirstNet, we've been in conversation with FirstNet since 2016 as to what are the challenges or what are the requirements on Navajo, so they're aware of what the current policies and regulations are and legislations for telecom on Navajo. Since we've been developing the regulations also since 2016 for telecom, to be more clear on all of the aspects of development on Navajo: tower development, co-location, rooftop deployments, antennas, trying to get and to modernize the regulations of telecom on Navajo, as Mr. Vicente always talks about the regulations to modernize it and be able to go forth. And so, Cell One mentioned that some of these leases have expired. They're waiting for the new regulations to be able to pay rent on the new proposed rental structure after the regulations are approved, which from our department standpoint is not really how we should be conducting business on Navajo. It's you pay what the current rate is today, what the policies and regulations are today, until those regulations are passed, and then from that day forward, for any new development and any new installations and any new use for telecom on Navajo would be covered by those regulations. That includes all the terms and conditions as well as the rental that is going to be set. And so going forward, we also need to address all the other areas that have been developed where there is no leases from the Navajo Nation. They have taken other land lessees and enter into license agreements and so forth, under a subleasing that may have a clause in their leasing. But for instance, shopping centers, they can sublease to another retail business, setting up shop within their little strip mall there in Winderock, Ego, in those areas, in those situations, yeah, they sublease to another business to come in. They set up the lease so they can have a storefront. But their subleasing does not cover telecommunications sites. That's totally different. Even in our general leasing regulations, it has telecom sites is separately identified in the general leasing as one of the aspects, such as agricultural leases, religious leases, residential leases. They all have their own use. So in this case, if you are a land user, then you were able to provide a use of that land for a certain purpose. It didn't allow you now to develop telecom sites on your use area and to be compensated for, unless there is damage or something on the building. Then there's a different arrangement that you could make. But as far as putting that tower to transmit and receive, that's clearly a telecom use, and that is Navajo Nation covers. So those are sites that need to be cleaned up. We understand, we know where they're all at now. Instead, it's like, no, we entered into those agreements before the lease, so we don't need to comply with the Navajo Nation giving us a lease or a co-location lease. But nonetheless, it's still telecom, and that's kind of what needs to be addressed, is to be upfront and say, okay, these are all our sites. This is what we've got on them. Instead, we have to come and say, this is what you got. Where's the paperwork for it? Provide us something. If you're going to co-locate, and FirstNet's going to go on that tower. It's not FirstNet's situation. They're coming in thinking that everything is in compliance, and they just simply come in and make an agreement with the tower owner, who has a lease with the Navajo Nation already, so they can enter into a co-location agreement with them. That's what they're looking for, and here we are saying now the Navajo Nation, well, you've got to do this and do that. So the third party that wasn't even involved is now waiting until the nation and the telecommunication company works out what needs to be cleaned up to come into compliance. And so all we've ever asked for from the Navajo Nation is to be in compliance with all equipment on Navajo Nation. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. And we've been asking for years, and now we have a professional company that represents the nation to manage and inventory and assess and audit all of the telecommunication used on Navajo Nation trusts and fee lands. And so now we're getting a lot of that information as to what the situations are, who's all really here, who's are on these towers, who owns some of these towers that are vacant now, and how did they become vacant and abandoned, and what was the underground documents that gave them authorization to begin with? What were the terms and conditions? Were they supposed to take it down in a certain amount of time or what? Then we get into, well, we had this permit and we had this agreement, and then what we get into then is we have several different types of leases. We have different types of agreements. We have different types of permits. We have a university that is issuing leases to from their board. So that puts the company or even the university in a bad situation. And then the nation has got to address that, and then so we're always the bad guys trying to get everybody into compliance, and just follow a very simple process for telecommunications. And that's all we're asking. And so when the regulations that are at NNTRC get to RDC for approval, that will address and make the level playing field for everyone, The competition, everybody has the same regulations, the same standards, the same policies. So it's fair to all the other carriers that want to come on Navajo. And if we can get the process fine-tuned, that will attract some of the major companies that are waiting on the sidelines to come on board. And it may, competition, which is good for business. But for some, they like what they have already on Navajo, and they don't want the changes to happen because it's to their benefit. Yeah, we're the consumer, we're the customer. We want better service, we want better rates for the people. And so there is, as Delegate Begay mentioned, what about his area? And the chapters wanting to withdraw areas. The only challenge is that they might be in areas that's not good for a tower from an engineer standpoint. So I would recommend, I'm not discouraging, I'm just saying is contact one of the carriers to come out and with their engineer and say, these are the potential sites that would benefit, would be beneficial to have a tower on. There's 4 or 5 sites. And based on that, if you withdraw those areas at the chapter level and then relinquish them to the companies when they come in, then they just have to do the biological and the cultural side. Again, federal law is our challenge. That's what affects all of us. It affects every project on Navajo on what we do. As Ms. Kramer from Vertical Bridge mentioned, AT&T, their company policy is that they get an EA done for a site location area. And that might be because of financing or from the investment side, but they want to ensure that they have not affected the environment in any way, because then there'll be a concern that they're not environmentally sound of their projects. So they're asking for those EAs. For other companies, it may be different. So if we can just get those regulations done and fine-tuned, a lot of the issues and discussions that we're having on telecommunications is within those regulations. And we just need to refine a little bit because of technology has changed within the last 4 years, in the last 2 years. So that need to be refined before final approval. They're not big ones, they're just technical ones, but not really policy. And so I think, if we can get those regulations, then we won't have separate discussions with Cell One and their MOU, separate one with ComNet, separate one with NQA Choice Wireless, a separate one with AT&T, and then T-Mobile wants to come on Navajo. Verizon is on and off because of the challenges as well. So it affects the nation, God. So if these companies that want to come in, if they have regulations that they can review, they can make decisions make business decisions. Are they ready to come in, and what do they need to do? How many towers is there? They want some of the baseline information that's being gathered for them to make business decisions that will affect Navajo in a positive way. And the customer base, which is us on every church, every school, every hospital, every government, every chapter, all the way down to us individually, is that better service at a better rate is I think, and reducing as many drop calls and dead spots that we currently have on Navajo. And I think all of us on this phone probably know where they are on Navajo. Because of the last year and a half of doing everything by phone while we're traveling. We know where it drops and how long before we can get back on. And so those areas need to be filled in. We need those areas identified. What if we have an emergency in that dead zone? Then we'll say, I thought you guys did all of the work. I thought you did all the broadband work, all the telecommunication work, and here we still have this situation. So those are the end results that our people are expecting to be fulfilled. They're expecting those services to improve in those areas by following all the laws and regulations that are in place. So how do we work together to have that end result? Where we come to an agreement that it's going to be a win-win for everybody, and that we move forward on telecommunications for future generations to lay the framework for better communications, especially for our children. Our children felt it during the pandemic, and it exposed a lot of the situations that we're in as a result. Let's fix those. Let's focus on those, and what are they, and what do we need to do? What is everybody's stake in it, and what areas should we all be able to work on? What do we control that we can address? And I think if we work it cooperatively like that, and have a dialogue through the whole process with the working framework, in this case, and I think we can get it done. I think we can get to an end result, and that's what we're gathering all the information for. Once we have the information, we can make better informed decisions, and be able to have that level playing field. So those are just my comments. To everyone, thank you for being on the call and sharing the information. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. I'll go to Mr. Chili and then Ms. Kramer. Ms. Chili?
Hello, Chair, honorable members of RDC. I just wanted to also reaffirm what Mr. Halona was saying. I'm in total agreement. And in order to get a level playing field, I know Ms. Kramer can break this down a little bit better, but the regulations are paramount right now to get a clear understanding of where all these different developments stand, as well as getting using the term repapering. We need to repaper a lot of the different co-location towers or co-location installations located in areas that aren't allowed to convey to telecommunication developments. Also, I wanted to ask, I guess, just state that, or more state than just ask that, for the most part, the General Land Development Department has only received a couple of telecommunication tower applications so far, as well as only processed one service line agreement for a telecommunication tower. If there's an update on when the bigger wave of project will hit, we would very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Kramer?
Yes, sir. Okay, I just want to take this back to the FirstNet discussion real quick. And Mr. Gilbert had indicated that their packages are ready to be submitted. They've gone through with the BRCF and the CRCF, and they're just finalizing those packages for I think it's the 18 sites that are non-standard and difficult. I think they should just be submitted, and we should repaper the sites at that time and get them on Navajo Nation leases and move forward. That should be the shortest route possible. I'm going to mute because of the noise.
Ms. Kramer?
Yes, sir. I'm back.
You're done?
No. Okay. So does that make sense though? If the idea is just to expedite these as quickly as possible, and the leases with the permits that are expired and the business site leases that should be actually on Navajo Nation lease paper, this is the opportunity we can take to get these leases pushed forward with the packages that are being submitted, because that's the final end result once these packages go through the 164 process, correct? And then we should have leases and be able to move forward, and everything should be in compliance at that time. And I will end with that unless anyone has any other questions.
Well, thank you. Let me go to Ms. Tamara Billy, Historic Preservation Department.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may
Okay. Hi,
proceed.
good morning, members of the committee and chair. My name is Tamara Billy, and I'm the compliance reviewer for the Historic Preservation Department. And we just want to make a few comments from our office. And just want to reiterate Mr. Halona's previous comments that he provided. And we support that. And then we also want everyone to realize the usage of federal money in some of these projects. And they have to abide by the federal laws, National Historic Preservation Act under Section 106, and also the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources Protection Act to protect our cultural resources. We have been working very closely with Kayla from Vertical Bridge and our process and how to get through the Section 106 review. So we have been working together, and we are trying to expedite these tower reports as fast as we can. And we're, only limited to 2 reviewers at this time within our program. And this has to do with, we have to review home sites, we have to review a lot of the Light Up Navajo projects, the CARES projects. So there's just so much on our plate. So just know that we are working through this, and we will try to expedite any projects that come through. I do have Mr. Tim Begay here with me, and he will address our traditional cultural properties.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Again, like what Tamara was saying, we want to go back and reiterate what Mr. Halona said. I think all of us that are working for the Navajo Nation, we're there to do a job, and for HPD job is to make sure that all of these companies are in compliance with federal and Navajo Nation laws. That's what we're there for. Be compliance with any so we need to make sure that companies and departments and even delegates that are sponsoring projects are sponsoring legislation for development need to be in compliance, and chapters as well. Mr. Halona mentioned that a lot of the areas throughout the reservation, there are what we call TCP, traditional culture properties. With Historic Preservation Department, we have a traditional culture database. And we usually cross-reference those when a project is coming through. And a lot of the times, the towers are going to be on a high point. And those places are used for tower places because they have the best reception and throughout the land. A lot of times when these surveys are done, we tell the contractors that are doing the surveys to do ethnographic surveys, to ask questions at the chapter level, at the public level, at people that are out there using the land. And Mr. Halona said these places are used by medicine men. Yes, they are used by medicine men, but those medicine men are doing prayers and offerings for Navajo people. Chapters they should know the TCPs. Chapters should know the TCPs within their district, but not the family ones. If a family has a TCP, so that's confidentiality. That's confidential, but the community TCPs, the chapters should have some knowledge of it. So number one, we want these companies to be in compliance, and that's what we're there for. When the companies and sponsors don't do their homework and they try to sidestep these federal laws and tribal laws, HPD so it's because you're not going through the proper compliance. Do you have any other questions? We'll be here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Billy and Mr. Begay. What we were listening for and what we need to do today is to bring to the surface what Cellular One needs to do to move forward and implement this FirstNet that has been in discussion. The legislation was passed now for over a year ago, and what we're listening for is to hear what does Cellular One need to do. I hear compliance. I hear they need to follow the law. They need to clearly understand that this is the process on the Navajo Nation, and that they should, although they ask for waivers, they ask for a streamlined process, but these things are in place for every company that wishes to do business on the Navajo Nation to comply with. So I see that there's really no clear indication of what Cellular One needs to do. What are they not doing? What is it that they are told to do that they do not want to follow the law? Is that where it's at? Perhaps Mr. Gilbert, you can tell us what it is that departments are telling you to do and that you or Cellular One is challenging the Navajo Nation laws. What is it that you all need to do to follow and comply and move this forward, Mr. Gilbert? Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, my throat's getting a little bit worse here. I started my presentation to outline the MOA and describe what it is. Maybe I didn't do an effective job, but the MOA that was negotiated over a year ago now, that was to resolve the non-compliance issues. So I can tell you, sir, that, and for the committee as well, the purpose of the MOA was to bring Cellular One into compliance. Cellular One is now complying with the MOA. There's a lot of discussion about various issues, and that's all relevant. I think a lot of this discussion went on years ago, but I just wanted the committee to understand, the RDC to understand, the MOA was the mechanism that resolved and created an interim process, and we are following that interim process. Now, I would ask Mr. Halona, if we are not in compliance with the MOA, we need to be notified of that. Cellular One needs to see that in writing, but that MOA is signed by the Navajo Nation. So the Cellular One, that's a legal document. We are following it. We are in compliance. And that document covers restitution or back rent. So there is no outstanding rent, outstanding restitution that we're fighting, asking for additional waivers. We are following, sir, the process laid out by the MOA. And let me defer at this time to legal counsel for Cellular One, because I think on the record, Cellular One needs to hear from its legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Legal counsel, could you identify yourself, sir? And then you may proceed.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. My name is Timothy Shaffrey. I'm Chief Legal Officer for Cellular One. Just a little bit of background, and thank you, other guests and council members and committee members. Just a little bit of history. I have been Chief Legal Counsel for Cellular One for over 10 years. Prior to that, in private practice, I was General Counsel, outside counsel for Cellular One. So I've been dealing with the Navajo Nation and Mr. Holono for over 20 years, and I'm quite familiar with the narrative that went on today. I do appreciate Mr. Holono speaking a second time so that we could understand his accusations. I do want, for the record,
Mr. Sharpley,
it's Shaffrey, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I know you're an attorney, but I would appreciate it if you stop using those words as accusations, or else I will remove you from the teleconference. Do you understand me, sir?
I understand, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Yes, Ms. Khan.
At this point, I'm getting a little concerned. Could we get Department of Justice on the line? I do not see them listed of the people who are on the call. I don't see them listed in, and I would feel much better if a representative from the Department of Justice was on the line at this point, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Shaffrey.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. And Ms. Gay, could you please call Department of Justice and have them get on the call? We will pause here for a moment and perhaps take a 10-minute recess.
Chairnet?
We will recess for 10 minutes and then,
Chairnet?
Yes, who's this?
This is Veronica Blackhat from DOJ. I am listening in on the conversation and the call. I did forward the meeting invite to the attorney that also works with NNTRC. But I just wanted to let you know that I am listening in on the call.
Thank you.
Pardon, Chairman.
Veronica, for being on the call with us. Ms. Khan, are you okay with Ms. Blackhat's statement?
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan. I would just want Department of Justice to, if there's a particular issue that we need to go into exec or stop the meeting about, or not go into at this point with this public audience, that indication be made right away. Mr. Chair, I'm just concerned about the if there'll be legal
Ms. Khan, so
thank you.
Ms. Khan, have you noticed any sensitive concerns that we're discussing in order to go into executive session?
Not at this point, but it was feeling just like you felt, that it might be getting contentious, and of course that does happen in discussions. But I just wanted to make sure that Department of Justice was on, who knows the contents of the MOA. I am not fluent with the contents of the MOA, and I do not have the background on that issue to advise on this issue. And I'm very happy that Department of Justice is on. And if there are other attorney who has the background of that MOA is also on, that would be great. But if Ms. Blackhat is ready to listen and step in if the discussion needs to cease. Mr. Chair, that's my concern. I haven't heard anything yet, but I was just getting concerned. That was all, Mr. Chair. And if Ms. Blackhat will let the committee know that if she believes something is coming up that needs to go into executive session or cease the discussion. That will be my recommendation, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Blackhat, what is your recommendation we would like to have the Department of Justice to expound on the memorandum of agreement, and we would like to truly fully understand the contents of this memorandum of agreement. What are your recommendations as far as going into executive session, or is that something that you can explain to everyone on the call, Ms. Blackhat?
In terms of, the purpose of this meeting and the MOA itself, my understanding based on, what I've heard so far and looking at the agenda, the intent of this meeting was just really to understand the issues surrounding the MOA and whether, there are matters that need to be addressed, and really to go into the status of the MOA and where, the company is at with respect to progress under the MOA. And so far, based on what I've heard, I don't see anything or feel that, there's anything being disclosed that should be done in executive session. I think up to this point, a lot of the information is just, like historical information in terms of what the company has done to comply with the MOA. But I will certainly let the committee know if I feel that we should go into executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Blackhat. We will take your recommendation as far as just having to abide by the agenda before us, which is a discussion on the MOA agreement, as well as for all telecommunications to abide by the terms of the agreement, the leases, the service line agreements, the rights of ways, and how these processes are followed from the General Land Development Department, from Navajo Land Department, as well as Historic Preservation, and what the duties and responsibilities are as far as inventorying of all telecommunications towers on the Navajo Nation by vertical bridge. So I believe that we will just summarize. I would allow you, Ms. Blackhat, if you would summarize the memorandum of agreement to your understanding for the committee at this time. Ms. Blackhat.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to need a little bit of time, but what I understand was that the MOA was really negotiated to address compliance issues, and I don't know, Mr. Halona may have to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. If you will note that the MOA does identify kind of a process in terms of what the company is expected to follow. And this was really, I guess, based on what I'm reading so far, to kind of streamline the process. And if you look at the term, my understanding is that, this agreement is good for 5 years with one for another option for renewal for another 5 years. But I think I'm going to need more time in terms to go over the MOA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackhat. We'll just wait for you to review the memorandum of agreement. At this time, honorable members of RDC, perhaps we need to take a 15-minute recess. It is currently 10:50. We will come back at 11:10. So we will recess at this time and come back at 11:10 a.m. So let us go on recess and take a break. Thank you.
Mhm.
Honorable members of RDC, this is Delegate Rick Nez back on the call.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Leanna Begay, I'll be here on the call as well, representing Fish and Wildlife and also Gloria Tom.
Thank you.
Chairman Nez, this is Shami. I'm on the call as well. I see Wilson, Delegate Stewart, and Delegate Kealan Begay, and Delegate Herman Daniels on the call.
Okay, thank you for that.
Chairman, I'm on the call. Keith Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Is Ms. Carrie Johnson on the call? Ms. Carrie Johnson, please press *6 to unmute. Mr. Tahi?
I'm here, Chair. And to unmute
Okay,
myself.
thank you. Ms. Springer, are you on the call?
Yes, Chair, I am on the call.
Ms. Khan, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Khan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Chairman, this is Shami. Do you want me to take roll call now that you are back on the call?
Yes, we have Mr. Tahi do the roll call. Thank you.
Chair, this is roll call coming back from recess. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Rick Nez is present. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Herman M. Daniels.
Here, I'm here.
Key Allen Begay. Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is present.
Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Wilson C. Stewart.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart is present. Chair, you have 5 members present. This leadership meeting does not require a quorum. Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Carrie Johnson, are you on the call now? Ms. Johnson, press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, thank you very much for getting on this call. We would like to have a brief summary report from you on the implementation of Cell FirstNet. I understand that you're the contact person for AT&T. We would also like for you to send us a written report, and perhaps you can help us to resolve some of these issues surrounding the implementation of FirstNet. So you have the floor right now, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, well, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to join you today. Again, this is Carrie Johnson. I serve on our FirstNet strategy and policy team. And one of my key areas of focus is the build out of FirstNet in rural and specifically tribal communities. I also have a peer, and she's not on today, but would be happy I would love to have her included in future meetings. Angel Benally, she actually lives and works on Navajo Nation, and she had served as a intern for our FirstNet program last summer and did a fantastic job. She graduated last year and joined our team full time in November of 2020. So she's a really great resource, and we have just greatly appreciated our working relationship with Navajo Nation. With Chris Becenti has been a great resource when we have run into any issues with deployment or if we have questions. And so we've just found tremendous collaboration and partnership with the nation. Also pre-COVID-19, I did have an opportunity to meet with Tribal Council on a couple of occasions, and we had a meeting scheduled in March of 2020, and it was going to be the middle of the month, and that was right as COVID was beginning to rear its terrible head, and so we did end up canceling that meeting. But I would welcome the opportunity to take time when we could do a more thorough presentation. I actually didn't know about this call today, but would be able to come more equipped with kind of a status on how many sites, for that March meeting that we had hoped to do in 2020. We had worked with our network team to even have the tower locations and to give you that visual understanding of the build out. Since then, we have been making good progress getting new tower sites turned up and actively extending the reach of FirstNet for first responders, other emergency personnel. And so I don't have in front of me the exact site count, but I would be happy to provide that update if you guys would be amenable to letting us do that presentation, which we hope to do last year. But again, just wanted to underscore that we really have just greatly valued our relationship with the nation, and we are making good progress. Our build out is based on, so we have an initial build out of FirstNet that we have contractual build commitments with the federal government, and it's for an initial 5-year build. And so we have what's called FOC, the final operating capability, will be in March of 2023. So all of us are laser focused on getting this build out completed. And as you noted, we are in certain parts of the country working with rural wireless providers, including Smith Bagley or Cellular One as one of those providers. And in that case, they are working with us to add the first responder FirstNet spectrum to their sites, as well as the AT&T commercial LTE spectrum. So that will also, in addition to serving first responders, will also be improving access to mobile broadband for the broader community. But we are, tracking to that FOC, deadline, and meeting those contractual requirements that we have with the Federal FirstNet Authority. So I'm happy to answer questions. I do apologize that I don't have it right in front of me. I'm actually on my way. I've been attending a public safety conference in San Antonio yesterday and today, and I'm on my way to the airport soon. So I feel a little ill-equipped and not, I haven't done all my homework in advance of this, but would be happy to take down if you have questions and things that I can follow up with. We would welcome the chance to provide you with a more thorough update, but I just really appreciate the chance to come and just thank you, Navajo Nation, for your interest in FirstNet, your support for FirstNet, kind of sharing this vision and working with us to expand the reach of FirstNet for your communities.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your brief report to the Committee of the Navajo Nation. So say that.
Yeah. And then the one other thing, if it would be appropriate, in addition to kind of giving you the status, because what I would love to do is give you kind of the full count of, how many sites do we have, and then I could give you sort of an active view of which ones have already been turned up and are live. And so we could do that. And then, one other area, again, we just so appreciate your partnership and your support and the shared vision for the importance of FirstNet. If we do see areas where, if we are running into any challenges or we've seen any delays, we'd welcome the chance to be able to highlight those in that update so that you're aware, and just so appreciate the collaboration with this body and with Navajo Nation on this important initiative.
Ms. Johnson, we appreciate you and your statement where that we greatly value our relationship with the Navajo Nation. In your written response, also let us know about the challenges that you're facing, and could you also explain how AT&T is the main contractor from the federal and other and Smith Bagley Incorporated that you just mentioned that you work with, and just let us understand what their responsibilities are and what you expect of them as well, and also as a nation have regulations and laws that are in place that all companies have to abide by, and we expect them to do that as well, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, no, absolutely. And we can include that in kind of our write-up. But, so ultimately, there's only one entity that was selected to be that private partner working with the Federal FirstNet Authority, and that was AT&T. We responded to the request for proposal and were selected. And so this is a 25-year partnership with the federal government to fulfill that recommendation from the 9/11 Commission report. And what we've done specifically with Navajo Nation, since we saw there was existing infrastructure, and we saw the value of being able to leverage where there's existing tower sites, existing network, because it could have taken much longer if we had to start from scratch. So that is where we did work. So we now, as AT&T, as the partner to the federal government, we worked on identifying areas to expand the reach of the FirstNet network. And then we're working with, and I think you all are aware, also ComNet as well as Smith Bagley. But we looked at where are their existing sites, and our engineering team designed the FirstNet network based on that existing infrastructure. And then we are using both ComNet and Smith Bagley as essentially a contractor to add that band 14 spectrum. Yes.
How much time do you have to respond to questions before you get on the plane?
So I do need to probably pip. So I'm in Texas, and I'm at my hotel still at 12:26, and I think my flight leaves at 1:35. So I'm not yet at the airport. So I do need to probably scamper soon. But again, if there are other questions that you have and you want to, I know I work very closely with Chris, that he could share with us, and we could include that in kind of this status update. And then if there's another convening of this body, when we could actually schedule a time for us to present. And there's other kind of really exciting things that we'd love to highlight, like even we have emergency response, like essentially mobile cell sites that can be deployed during planned events or emergencies. And we did deploy one. I think our most recent one for Navajo Nation was when the First Lady visited the nation. We made sure that the first responders at Navajo had the FirstNet coverage or boosted FirstNet coverage for that visit. So we have some, kind of exciting success stories, even in addition to the build out. So we'd love to share some of those. So we'd be happy to, answer questions both in kind of that written form, as well as if we'd have a chance to ever, join you again in a meeting like this, and we could even show, some of the status maps and things like that in a meeting setting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, for your report. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Johnson from AT&T? Any questions? Ms. Begay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions for Ms. Johnson? None? Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. We'll be looking forward to that written report, and we would like to have a scheduled meeting for you to provide a report, since you're the main source, the main contractor that won the contract from the federal government. And I believe that it is important that the Navajo Nation leadership communicates with you directly as well, Ms. Johnson. If you would make time sometimes to provide to the Resource and Development Committee, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, absolutely. Love to take you up on that invitation. And then I'd really love to get you guys also introduced to Angel Benally, and I think it's also reflective of our, valued, partnership and collaboration with Navajo, that as we work to build our national team leading our tribal broadband expansion, that we were able to find just a really bright young woman from Navajo who's helping support our success for tribal communities. So I'd love to include her in a future meeting because she'll be a great local resource as well.
Thank you. That would be fine. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. For some reason, I'm trying to unmute here. I had to switch phone again. Carrie, Ms. Johnson, I appreciate the report. I guess the one thing that I wanted to say was that what Chairman Nez had already indicated to meet back with us. I did talk with Mr. Geiser last week on this particular issue because we met with the Arizona the Department of Commerce on some of the projects for the Navajo Nation. So again, the biggest area that we're trying to get take advantage of all these infrastructure development is how we alongside develop the FirstNet program. We do have one of your subcontractor, Cellular One of Northern Arizona, about FirstNet, and that's who we are having a discussion right now. So I believe that the most of the area that's being brought up is the compliance. So there's some internal issues that we're dealing with, but at the same time, the one thing that we have, and I have been stressing to AT&T, is rather than probably just rely on your subcontractors, maybe also work directly with the Navajo Nation of what is expected of these carriers that you are subcontracting with. So that way, AT&T will have a full understanding of the policies that we're dealing with and what we need to do, because the Navajo Nation, as you know, do have internal policy, but at the same time, the Navajo Nation also have to abide by the federal policies or some of the BIA, the BIA administration that we have to abide by the policies. So how many companies that you're dealing with, but by the end of the day, providing effective service for our Navajo people, especially our first responders, is critical. So maybe that's one area in identifying the individuals that you had that is working from the Navajo Nation. Maybe she start probably make a report to the Resource and Development Committee at the next RDC meeting. But I do like to request that AT&T FirstNet do a full presentation again down the road. It can be, and we could do a full blown teleconference meeting if you guys choose to do it in person. We do have a facility that we could be able to host. So that's my request to you, Ms. Johnson. But nonetheless, I appreciate the update report.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we welcome the chance to do that more thorough update, and certainly if there are issues with any type of compliance, we take compliance very, very seriously at both the federal and tribal level. And so if there is constructive feedback that we need to hear and that we need to rectify, we would also welcome that. So thank you very much, for the invitation to keep this conversation going.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions or comments for Ms. Johnson? None? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We look forward to having a presentation, perhaps a PowerPoint presentation, and also that written report from you. And we also, if you would send the contact information to us, our advisor, Shami Begay, and also the local representative that you had mentioned also can be on the call with us at that time. So thank you very much, Ms. Johnson.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Justice, Ms. Black Hat, are you on the call?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Ms. Black Hat, what we will do is we do not wish as leadership to be discussing some sensitive issues, and we also do not want things to become contentious, and therefore we would respectfully ask that you provide a written report to Leadership, Resources and Development Committee on your understanding on the memorandum of agreement and also your recommendations as to what needs to be done. I believe we all heard from AT&T, Ms. Johnson, and I believe leadership probably needs to be in communication with the main source who was awarded the bid from the federal government, and let us know exactly what needs to be done here to streamline some of these processes, as well as also we need to have Mr. Halona, your shop, to provide us a written statement on what needs to be complied with as far as Cell 1 is concerned. And all this will be shared with AT&T as well, Mr. Halona. And also Mr. Chischili, you also I would like for you to have this written statement as to what non-compliance issues there are with Cell 1, and your statement will also be shared with AT&T and also from Navajo Historic Preservation Department. We would like to also, Ms. Billy, have your office provide these non-compliance issues with Cellular One, which we also will share with AT&T. And also from Fish and Wildlife Department, Ms. Tom, I understand that you are on the call today to hear from you and provide a written report to us as well. Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? None. Our recommendations for a follow-up are to have a meeting with AT&T direct communication.
Chairman Kellen.
And also have these documents before us from the departments that I have mentioned, also including Department of Justice. So thank you very much. Honorable Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk along while you're talking. I'm not sure what is so secretive that could be resolved here quickly. I mean, we're talking about a policy of the Navajo Nation, which is public. And what is it that, I mean, why can't the land department be straightforward to tell Cellular One of what they're not complying with? I mean, if it's out of the, if it's a seriousness, then the land department could say that, well, DOJ is involved, so we can't do anything about it. I mean, that's another situation where we could, then I would understand to say that, well, it's some type of a legal issue now that I can't really say anything. But, I mean, if a situation is with one company like this, I mean, how many more other companies are in a similar situation where maybe this is the reason why we're not moving forward with any broadband or cell tower development across the Navajo Nation? What is compliance? Though they need to comply. If you can't share that with the RDC, maybe the Department of Justice can, maybe we can go into executive session and get this resolved. Chairman, did open honana liado ajich do nit ona hoto nigo e opes na hoto jish e hashin zaho opes nas hol jish do nana akoko hashat out liado hashat out e dikat. I mean, the president of the Navajo Nation signed it, and I don't believe that the president would not just sign anything. I mean, and there was another request that I wanted to make before we took a break, but I guess I was on mute when I said chairman, but legal counsel, chief of staff, Coco, that any that is to Adan Gogodat, is to what any go benato or what eto Kodoyata had. So maybe that's another thing. I mean, to me, just like you, if a chair signs the certifies a resolution, that becomes effective. Here the president of the Navajo Nation signs the MOA, and then to me that should become effective. And then I'm sure that the seller ones are abiding by whatever is all those are outlined on the MOA. Be more specific. They're not complying with. If it's prior, maybe we direct Cellular One to resolve that issue. But will that really be in the way to have Cellular One to continue with this progress? Chairman, just asking them to resolve it, and then we conclude the meeting. I believe it's not going to get anywhere. Probably our involvement to settle this down, not to be siding with anybody. I'm not siding with Salwan. I'm not siding with Land Department. I'm siding with the Navajo people because they need the service out there. Why can't they put that, make it known? If not, maybe Chairman, let me request what document has been sent to Cellular One or any other carriers of what they're not complying with. The Fish and Wildlife, the Historical Preservation, the Navajo Nation Land Department, and all of those program, what they have sent to these cell carriers and what they have not complied with. Maybe I'd like to get a copy and see, maybe that will shed a light to say that, well, Salawan or NTUA, you need to comply with this in order. But I don't want to be in the position to start saying that, well, we need to change these policies in order to get what they want. Well, that shouldn't be even a thought for us right now. Whatever the policies in place right now, everyone should be complying with that. Ako epe bin anisto epe onish akonda to onhit na bebe ni hitla to bebe chana huil na to jo kwa ke ala be bebe chiyel hito to jo ba huil na koko onnan in. That's the way I see it. Ha elan in lach ehnsen ha late I'm trying to get the surface onto the table. Again, DOJ, our Legislative Council, and so on. If you believe that these are sensitive information, I sure like to request to go into executive session and see what the real problem is. So, Chairman, that's my request from me, Kodo, on this before we conclude the meeting. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Earlier, Ms. Khan had to intervene due to an attorney also when he stated the word accusation. These are strong words, and due to that, I had to stop. And I was glad that Ms. Khan also intervened, requesting DOJ's assistance. And we needed to fully understand this memorandum of agreement. On the first page of that agreement, where it says, whereas, down on the fifth one, it says, whereas NNTRC and NLD believe that streamlining such approval processes for FirstNet in the absence of new telecommunications regulations and lease forms could be accomplished by entering into this agreement. I asked the Department of Justice to review this document and come back and explain the contents and what it entails. If it involves some sensitive confidential information, then we could go into executive session. So we took a break, came back, and we requested AT&T to get on the call since they were the main company who was awarded the bid. The subcontractors are Cell One. Now, perhaps this meeting to begin with should have entailed AT&T, not just Cell One. We heard one side, and it appeared to us from Cell One that they were not working well with the Navajo Nation departments. But on the other hand, AT&T, who won the bid from the federal government, made a statement that we greatly value our relationship with the Navajo Nation, which tells me that they are working with the Navajo Nation well. And I don't know what the communication is between Cell One and AT&T. There's either miscommunication or something is not being communicated between the two. We called this a leadership meeting to question, but now we have AT&T. Honorable Begay, I understand your request. I understand what you mean by what is so secretive. But as chair, I believe that this document we just received this morning, this MOA again, and we need to review carefully. And perhaps we can go into executive session and take 3, 4, 5 hours to go over each paragraph, each sentence to fully understand what this agreement is between the Navajo Nation and AT&T, Cell One, and other companies that would utilize this. So the word compliance comes into the discussion. As chair, I cannot take one side and not listen to the other side. I have to listen to both, as we all do as leaders. So currently, we're wanting, all of us to implement FirstNet services or public safety. That we know. The other issues are compliance. Those compliance issues, I believe, probably will become sensitive and confidential in nature, that it should be kept that way and perhaps discussed in executive session. Akwagi ashen ni sahoshin para hastiti akoro annat et engine koro. You're not following this part of the law. You're not willing to. We have been asking you, and you have not complied. Maybe that's where AT&T needs to step in and tell Cellular One, this is something that you have not done. The Navajo Nation requires this. You're the subcontractor. We're the main contractor here. You're not doing this, and therefore, we want you to comply with this. Do not ask the Navajo Nation for waivers or any other special favors, but rather you need to comply. Maybe that's what AT&T also needs to tell Cellular One. So we're at a juncture here. What is the hindrances? Perhaps we do need to go into executive sessions and discuss this for the rest of the afternoon. Or we can have another leadership meeting and bring in a scheduled meeting with AT&T. They're the main contractors that were awarded the bid. Ebony, now, to me, I think that's where we need to go, have them. What we received just a while ago from Ms. Johnson, she's on her way to the airport, is just a brief report. But I believe if they start listening to our discussion as we did this morning, maybe they will intervene as a company and start talking to the Navajo Nation leaders as well as the departments. Has done go at AT&T the neheki queen on the departments if not niskodat so that's the best the that's the best hanata kat a sheet a heki ada go no Navajo Nation yat a hobisin day nashjonna kodak or satan or so one then they go the hojon bisin day nishtanada subcontractor and long a ko kwagi ayo nan agibche koro Daniel in hitato or skida huit ato or skihet ako or skidan snago. We're not going to get anywhere if they just start blaming and accusing each other of what is going on. Bottom line, I strongly believe that all companies need to comply with the Navajo Nation laws. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments, recommendations, or questions, Otto? Chairman. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman, though, committee members, and then our staff and everyone on the call, the presenters, though, to all that have spoken to the subject here this morning in our leadership meeting here. Chair. He did policy makers and legislators a policy that has on a regulate that and has bagwind a has on do not insta it then as on that's amendments or revisions. New laws, new regulations, new policies. So as time goes along, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, policies or laws, regulations we make today so that's an ongoing process. Like to get Mike Halona and outcomes. What will be the outcome as a result of our meeting today? And yeah, hat niki hat ilbe hat on this a quite a pansite kisan seats. I don't not so very attaching at the heart in cell phones that has linked or cell towers that has linked the G of the a question to it la not thing that's not over that's not. Ocean yoga do left abo odalia doshin adoleto to barcoins not or the na got cell towers a day that cell phones or should they need eco ikonza holdish la hashing or you to balconies and that's only indicate a machine Chisazizo e koteko. Adonat o you intahazito o yuto betalia the don exita. Edo ashitisa. Akot end the teacher kodo bikahoni idolis. The nature hot idoliki ede. It in Hayat Egi e Tisadaza Bansaskis Johat Ekoshinanda. Priority is the adequate, updated, relevant regulations in this area, telecommunications. Jokwege e la hotladon nis. Ako ilachan zati e bichaholjish to have laws that are again updated and relevant and that are in the interest of the Navajo Nation in this area of telecommunication. Falan zati vichi ikha. Tadaza, but the English or Tadaza Kaden Hianita. Ibando, Hilti Bella, Tadaza Kaden Kitni. Chocho Ado e Naoka, Sasha Ado Lish. Didi Yindad Nishiki. As Aniki telecommunications office door, land department, at a DOJ door, a echo, a digi at a respond, but they need ego boneta. At a DD into has digi at a letter because either Nikita. At a benada, so I ask it that Ahaki a shilto, a padaquint in the Hadlen. Kochiko has only not all Nifigi, it's zero, baby on the storage. Onet Zato, Picaho, Nishi, Navajo Nations, it's zero. What ego, Benny, Zildo, Lictoti, Nan, Digi, and this industry, telecommunication, broadband infrastructure, relatively new. So those sweet are but one is Ahas the Shing. Iya behaz ani lahotati batatan. Digit I see at lathat at just the bay bahwint in the jota bana inch kanske dåligt. Ado etne zito bo ado le dalia do men ska hat ana hadani ki shin kanske da don neklashin shinanta. So that was my expectation coming into this leadership meeting. Today, chairman and committee members is to focus in on the outcomes. What will be the outcomes? I don't. Skintliko. Sato nefiki e bansas kesako. Chinantako. Ado called executive session. Okay, dikishin sto. Ako ela intahazti to ya antan tanahlani aja e badahwint. Dashin and Enoshi need a bas tigishing even now by Yatki. Said hello, Johat no. A coho don't let Ananil in the H8 to what Edacle. Nishida Benny Trato les not Anini Clinici, the Nado less and then in the Tanishi. Such a Chinny Janan, Todo has under. It Zaki sit hasti or the Chilantado Chukon for Gisto and Benit Echo Yaho Ada hot end and day outcome Migi I see Lananson Ada Salvador Nefigi. Ado Atsinsago Ajigo, but the initial yat RDC do council the Behaz Anila, another do Lisa has Angeti. Nichahadnedo patient Sakisako Indiki Church Echo. Ado to put things a little bit more into perspective as to where I'm coming from. 5 chapters Ipanasha. So 4 of those chapters have these cell towers. NTU ADAP, cellular 1 DAP, 808 telecommunication equipment that for hospitals. For emergency use, eight chapters in our communities. That's what we have as infrastructure. One chapter, what the heck it then? don't the deep the other chapters they became hosting these accommodating these infrastructure some time ago. How that happened, there's history there, but focusing in on today chapters iki kato pedetiko johto yat chudadi neto ako titi peso pe ko joko chapter iki e paske hot heki adole pe peso on we'd like to see proceeds or revenues something going to the chapters chokade paske sa paske sala hot paske peso pe cho e ashimba da hotolish eta hota da ande das ane nanat netishin eta bandit idole Johnson. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for your comments. Ashin radit which hall Chistoba Kit. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Okay, no other comments or questions, Shananta. Honorable members of RDC, I believe that we need to take time to review this memorandum of agreement and have a meeting schedule as well as with the Department of Justice, Land Department, General Land Development Department, Historic Preservation, Fish and Wildlife, and discuss these issues as well as with AT&T, the main company who was the bid, and I believe that's for, and there are challenges, and that is why we are here to discuss these as well as to come to an agreement and make a decision on streamlining the process for future developments. Sato nastabe on litigation deep in Yakaro. We received a lot of information today on this, but we still need to have the Department of Justice expound on this memorandum of agreement. So if you would like, we can schedule a leadership meeting on a different date, or we could continue today all afternoon and go into executive session. Honorable members of RDC.
Chair.
Honorable Stewart.
Chairman and Vice Chairman. RDC member Shania Ka. Mr. Halona and the staff, Mr. Tischilly and everybody on the line from Cell 1, AT&T, and Mr. Basenti and Shania. I think that listening to this discussion, I thought we have received a lot of information. We always do regarding this area. First, we receive a lot of information. A lot of it, it's some of it is a review. Some of it, it kind of opens up the window a little more again. And in listening this morning and participating this morning in the discussion, writing down my notes, I think it's going to be better to just have a second meeting after we get all this stuff together, the notes that we have, the documents that we've had in the past, and review all those. And like you have stated, invite AT&T back to the table again with all these the other entities within the programs and the departments and the division and DOJ as well, so that we can come back to the table to look at this MOA and review it with DOJ, and like you said, go paragraph by paragraph with it, so that we thoroughly understand what we're asking these entities to do, and with the nation in partnership. So that's what I would like to say. Shania, thank you.
Thank you. Stuart, let me go to Honorable Freeland. Are you on the call, sir? Honorable Daniels, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, what is your recommendation, sir?
Mr. Chair, I first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to everybody that is on the line today with us, and also presentation that was made to RDC. Thank you. What my brother, the Delegate Stewart, alluded to, I totally agree with him. Having a separate meeting. So his recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland, are you on the call, sir? Honorable Vice Chair Walker. It's on leader meeting on a different date.
Chair, committee members. Adequation, issues adequation, although I'm sure there's other issues that would come up along the way also. But we have time today to get as far as we can on this.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We have two, Honorable Begay. What is your recommendation, sir? Leadership meeting or continuing executive session?
Chairman, I believe that the situation between Selwyn and the Land Department could be resolved, and we can go into executive session. Maybe the the longer we wait, the longer development will wait. So I'm thinking that we should go into executive session and I guess hammer this out and see. Then maybe we can determine if it does need further meetings. Then we'll be able to schedule another meeting. Chairman, that's my request. And then if not, I did send sent two texts about the two requests, and I'd like to request for those documents from both the Land Department and the Cellular One. I mean, what non-compliance documentation had been exchanged, and maybe those could be revealed, and maybe that's not being complied with again. I mean, if there's no document could go, I mean, what do both stand on in saying that they're compliant?
Honorable Begay.
So, Chairman.
Okay, Honorable Begay, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I believe that we'll just go into executive session. That way we can just really come to an understanding what the compliance issues, non-compliance issues are. And perhaps what we can do is schedule a leadership meeting in the future to review this memorandum of agreement. So, I am all for an executive session to really iron out the non-compliances. We can talk about it, lay it all out, as well as have a written documentation as well. So who will get onto the executive session will be honorable members of RDC. Springer, Ms. Collins, also Mr. Halona, Mr. Chischili, Ms. Kramer, and Mr. Vicente, Ms. Billy, Ms. Tom. We will go into executive session with these folks. Are there any other requests?
Chairman Nez?
Anybody?
Chairman Nez?
Yes.
This is Melinda. I'm sending out the executive session call-in information right now, if that's okay.
Yes, please send it out to us, and you will be invited to this executive session as well to represent Speaker's office, Ms. Iako. Honorable members of RDC, did I leave anybody out? Ms. Begay? Department of Justice, Ms. Black Hat, you need to be on this call as well. Anybody else, Ms. Begay?
Chairman, this is Shammy.
Yes.
Who I have listed here is Ms. Kramer, Mr. Vicente, and Tamara Billy, and Gloria Tom, and Veronica. Is Brian going to be part of this meeting?
I believe that it should just be leadership, unless if it's requested by our colleagues. That's why I'm asking them who they would want on the call.
What about Mike Halona?
Yes, I did say Mr. Halona, Mr. Chischili also.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
This is Harrison Rice from Department of Justice. I believe Veronica may have to leave soon, and so I will sit in and take notes. If needed, I can be on that executive session as well.
Did you say Harrison Wright?
Yeah, Harrison Rice, R-I-C, from Department of Justice.
Okay. Mr. Wright, you will be included on this executive session meeting.
Chairman Nez?
Honorable members of RDC. Yes.
Chairman Nez, you might ask Mr. Halona whether if he wants Cellular One, a representative in the meeting so that these issues will be discussed and resolved.
Mr. Halona, you heard the question.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Ms. Khan?
I'm a little confused now. I know that there's Honorable Key Allen Begay wants people to talk about issues, so to come into an agreement or an understanding as to what are the roadblocks, what are the problems expressed from both sides. Now, and then I see Ms. Black Hat is not going to be able to stay on the call. But she does have somebody who's going to take notes for her. But I think I just want to know, Ms. Kramer is going to be on the call. Everybody else is Navajo Nation departments and division staff. Now, I am wanting to just step aside and talk to Ms. Bobroff about this in terms of the purpose of this executive session and whether there is legal ramifications, legal issue that I need to alert you to. I just need to step aside and talk with her about it. Now, that is my issue, is that there is one, from what I gather of the names that I'm getting, there is one individual who is not a Navajo Nation within the Navajo Nation government in some form. And I would like to have 5 minutes to run down the hall and talk with Ms. Barbroth on this issue and come back online with you. Mr. Chair, may I be given that opportunity? I just need clarification on this legal issue or discussion with my colleague.
Okay, Ms. Khan, we can remove Ms. Kramer off the executive session call.
Okay.
And we can just have, we don't have to have Cellular One, we don't have to have AT&T, but Ms. Khan, what would your recommendation be if Mr. Halona wants to provide information to Cellular One and have Mr. Gilbert on the call?
It would be the question that whatever question Mr. Halona would want, I would he would say it, and then I would be able to know, get a clearer idea if there is any legal issue with regard to that question. I'm all for. I do not see any issue with, of course, with the employees, the division getting together and talking about the problems that they want to bring to the attention of the Resources and Development Committee. I see no issue with that. And if Mr. Halona has a particular issue that he wants to bring and present to somebody other than the Navajo Nation government employees and staff, then I would need to listen to that question first. But I would also like the Department of Justice to be on the call and assisting, as all of these, this is executive branch employees and the executive branch who has entered into this MOA. And it is very important that the Department of Justice be ready to provide their legal advice also, even if it is just the Navajo Nation employees. Department of Justice is the legal representative for the department, the Navajo Nation, including all the executive branch employees that will be on this call, Mr. Chair. And this involves a memorandum of agreement, which was entered into on behalf of the nation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Begay did request a written statement as to the issues surrounding the non-compliance from the departments that I mentioned: Land Department, General Land Development Department, Fish and Wildlife, Historical Preservation, and if there's any other departments that I had missed. Mr. Honorable Kealan Begay did request a written response, and I don't know if that will suffice for Cell One to receive these written responses, or if they should be on the call to hear directly from Mr. Halona. Ms. Khan.
Again, Department of Justice needs to be on the call and to determine whether it's okay for Cellular One to get on the call to respond. And of course, we're trying to come to a solution for the towers to be constructed. I understand that thoroughly. And I also understand that Navajo people like to talk things out. I know that is very, very important and is conducive to problem solving. And so I do understand that, but as the discussion goes on in executive session, I will, and Department of Justice should be ready to chime in if there's any issue with that regard, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wright from the Department of Justice, are you okay with Cellular One to be on the call?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I am not exactly sure. I'm wondering because I'm not sure exactly what is going to be covered during this executive session. I have in preparation quickly reviewed the MOA.
Mr. Wright, is there any way that Veronica Blackhat, who was here earlier with us, is there any way she can be on this call?
Let me send her a message and find out quickly. As I understand that she has a meeting with the other Assistant Attorney Generals and AG.
Mr. Wright, if you would let her know, since she was on the call earlier and she was a part of this discussion, it would only be appropriate for Ms. Blackhat to be on this call.
Hello, this is Veronica. I've been listening to the call. I just haven't been able to unmute myself.
Ms. Blackhat, we barely heard your statement. What did you say?
I said I have been listening in on the call. I have a meeting at 1, so I won't be able to listen in on the conversation at that point. But I said I haven't been able to unmute myself, so I had to switch to another phone. But my preference would be that at least initially it be done in executive session so we can get a better understanding of what the issues are. And I am in agreement with Mr. Rice in terms of, being able to determine whether something, should be allowed or not. But just as a precautionary measure, I think it would be more appropriate just to have, just the Navajo Nation departments initially till we get a better understanding of what the issues are, and then determine how we're going to proceed from there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackhat. We certainly appreciate your response and your recommendation that we will just have navigation programs on the call. So we will eliminate Vertical Bridge as well as Cell 1. They will not be on the call. So this call will just be for Navajo Nation leadership as well as departments. So thank you, Ms. Blackhat. Ms. Khan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you? So, Ms. Khan, what we will do is just have Navajo Nation leadership as well as departments be on the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the way Ms. Blackhat explained how to structure it sounds I'm much more comfortable with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So this is Veronica again. If you could just go ahead and include me in when you send out the call-in information, as soon as I get done with my meeting, I can jump back on. But in the meantime, Harrison will be listening in and taking notes.
Okay, Ms. Blackhat. So
it won't start until like 1 though, when I need to jump off.
Okay. We'll get started as soon as we hang up.
Okay.
Ms. Begay, could you send the call-in number for the executive session to the proper departments that need to be on this call? Thank you, Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair, this is Leanna from Fish and Wildlife.
Yes.
Hi. Could I also be included in that? I've been on the call and Gloria had to jump off for a different call earlier, but I would like to join the call as well to represent our department, if that may be allowable.
Could you restate your name?
Sure. It's Leanna Begay.
Leanna Begay. Thank you. You'll be on the call to represent Fish and Wildlife. So you will probably receive an email with the number on it as well, or ask if it's sent to her. She can represent Fish and Wildlife. Thank you, Begay. I believe we're ready. may you please send out the executive session number, and as soon as we hang up, we can try and call into this executive session number that's been provided. Thank you.